Alright, hello guys. Today's going to be a little bit of a shorter, smoother, easier stream. I'm doing it for a few different reasons. Obviously, I did say that I probably wouldn't stream today. So I'm just hoping to get a couple more people in chat and then we'll get going with it. So, yeah. All right. Hello, guys. A few things to talk about, then we'll get into it. I'm just reading an interesting thread about Oculus and VR, right? Listen to this. The thread is titled... you guys tell me if you can hear me loudly enough. It should be fine. The thread is titled, Will you trust Facebook with your eye-tracking data? Eye-tracking technology is a marketer's wet dream, and Facebook is the biggest advertising company ever. Facebook has an infamously... So eye-tracking technology is the idea that the headset, when you're wearing it, can see where you're looking, and it can use that to make... What you might not realize about your eyes, biologically, human eyes, the way we interpret and see the world, is everything outside of a very, very small little circle of your actual focus is very blurry. Like, very blurry. Like, if I focus on the text on this screen, the word ever, it's every... biggest advertising company ever, right? If I'm looking at that, it's very blurry all around that. So anyway, what that means for the next gen of VR, I hesitate to use that phrase, it's going to sound too lofty and far away. But the idea is you only really have to render that with really, really good detail. Everything else can be very fuzzy and not done very well because it's just hitting your peripheral. So if you can track where someone's eyes looking, you can save on performance massively. And you can do a lot of really, really cool things. So that's the idea. But then, of course, you've got, if it's Facebook doing this, you've got, their device connected to the internet. They track your stats. They track your data. And so this is the question. A lot of people don't trust Facebook in the hands of VR anyway. And so, I'll reread the title. Will you trust Facebook with your eye tracking data? Eye tracking technology is a marketer's wet dream, and Facebook is the biggest advertising company ever. Facebook has an infamously awful history of user privacy abuses, and they'll soon be sitting on a treasure trove of this brand new biometric data. Data that is arguably much more intimate and personal than any data that exists about people right now. So, I mean, they're right. Like, a marketer would love to see exactly what really is the most eye-catching. What direction do people look? What colors do they respond to most? How does that correspond with details about them? So you can just, you know, market ever better. So the question is, when a new Oculus Quest inevitably releases, owned by Facebook, with this eye-tracking tech, will you feel comfortable giving that data to Facebook? That's the question. And it's a brilliant question because it thinks forward a little bit, and it's in an arena that is like... If you guys don't follow VR, the whole industry is like strangling itself right now, because for every enthusiast that's desperate for it to grow and will sit in the boat with Facebook despite all these ethical concerns, there's another nerd that's trying to tear it all down and throw it away, and like they'll say it's because, you know, it's the moral thing to do, or they'll say it's, or, you know, secretly it might be because they prefer Valve and the Vive and blah 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 blah, whatever their choice is. So anyway, it's interesting. I've always kind of been of the camp that if everyone just rails against Facebook and there's nothing, you're kind of fucked. I mean, that it won't go anywhere. That's sort of my feeling with it. But I think I have some very ill opinions about privacy. Anyway, so here, read this top comment. What do you guys think about this guy? I was just reading this, I turned the stream on. He said, so will you trust Facebook with eye tracking? Short term, yes. I said this before, but Facebook is the necessary evil. If we want VR to grow and not fizzle out again and actually become at least somewhat popular, we have to put up with Facebook, this guy says, because no one else seems to be willing to step up and do it. And even if they do, there's no guarantee that they'll be any more ethical about it than Facebook are. Long term, once VR and AR are mainstream and there's plenty of competition, then we can start getting picky about whom we trust with what data. So he's saying do a deal with the devil for now. He's teaming up with Palawa Joko to take down Varesh Ossa. But does it cost us too much in the long run? He says as far as the general population, people so far have been pretty clearly demonstrating that they don't give two shits about privacy, as long as it provides some convenience. People are totally okay with running around with cell phones that continuously give up their location, whose microphones can be turned on without their knowledge. People willingly install cameras connected to the internet inside and outside of their houses, including bedrooms. Honestly, I would go as far as to say that given the technological improvements we've been seeing in the last 2 decades alone, privacy as we knew it in the 90s already hasn't existed for a long time. I literally cannot step 1 foot outside my house without being recorded. The moment I open my door, my neighbor across the street's smart doorbell picks me up and records me. By the time I reach the street corner, it's at least half a dozen different devices, most of them connected to the network. And this will only get worse. At this point, privacy, true privacy, is already an illusion at best. This is in this guy's opinion. And our lawmakers are geriatrics that are decades behind the times and only have a rudimentary grasp on what modern technology is, never mind what it does or what the implications for the future are. Not to mention most politicians are bought and paid for. There's countries where dashcams are still not legally recognized as proof, and by the time their laws catch up, dashcams will no longer be reliable as proof because videos are too easy to spoof. Things like deepfakes would have already looked like complete magic, suitable for only sci-fi movies like The Running Man just a few decades ago, but for us, deepfakes are reality. Once augmented reality, wearable technology comes into mainstream and replaces handheld cell phones, that's it. It's already bad enough, but it will be cranked up to 11 when that happens. Some countries have laws against facial recognition in mass surveillance and such, but you can still record in public as an individual. There'll still be face recognition too. There's already websites which match faces from revenge porn to the people's social media profiles. Not to mention we're a step away from being able to put everyone's head on anybody's body digitally, and it being very difficult to tell if it's real or not. At which point reality really blurs and truth becomes more malleable than it is now. And privacy doesn't matter if somebody can make it look convincingly like you were somewhere else, doing something else. And even if it don't hold up in court, people are fucking stupid. It won't matter anyway. He says, see 2016 to present as a prime example. I don't know what he's talking about. I would suggest he's talking about the Trump administration, but that doesn't work. I don't know what he's talking about there. Maybe it's a VR specific thing. So, in the grand scheme of things, meh. Am I happy about it? No. Will I switch away from Facebook as soon as there's an affordable alternative? Abso-fucking-lutely. But for now, meh. And you can try and fight them too with devices like Pi-hole, ad blockers and such. I mean, I haven't seen a single ad in my browser in maybe a decade now. Mind you, this is all said from the point of view of a male past middle age. If I were a young female living alone, I'd be a hell of a lot more concerned about putting any such devices in my house. But there's just no conceivable market or blackmail value in recording me playing VR table tennis in my kitchen while naked. So what do you guys think of that? I mean, I think he's wrong, but I totally align with all of his sentiments. Well, most of them. I don't know. I feel like I'm a dick, but it's like, oh man. I don't like slippery slopes. I don't like saying, well, it's going to happen anyway, so you may as well just enable Facebook. The problem is there is no one else as competitive as the Quest 2. It's just not out there. It's not economical. It's not sound. And there needs to be a big platform for developers to trust to actually get real content. VR's biggest problem, seriously, biggest problem. I love what the idle cam doing the watermelon there, by the way. It's content. There are like 4 really good games that you can play long term. Basically, any game that has multiplayer that is cross-platform with non-VR players, that's really good to me. So, like, I've played a lot of Phasmophobia in VR. It's one of my top VR games because I can go into Discord with regular nerds, regular friends who aren't VR enthusiasts, and I can play with them. And I have an amazing experience, and they have a slightly better experience as well because they see me freaking out more and they see, you know, the arm wag and the full mocap and stuff. So, you know, everyone wins in that. Everybody wins, and there's just a chance that eventually they'll buy their own Quest 2 or whatever. We're doing Minecraft, VR modded Minecraft. Again, I can play it in VR with my friends playing on 2D monitors. It works. And then there's a few VR exclusives that are obviously very, very good. Not exclusives, but like single-player games. So like you could do Beat Saber, which is kind of co-op, but you know, that's a VR thing. Skyrim VR, if you mod the fuck out of it, I mean, honestly, the talent there is incredible. Is also a AAA experience. It's one of the best things that you can possibly do. What else have I been playing? Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, I haven't actually picked up. You know, you look at games like Half-Life Alyx, and they're incredibly good, but they run out, they end. So people kind of go for these longer things, these more replayable things, and you're a little bit more limited, you know. There's only so long you can play Pavlov or whatever. But anyway, people just they fight. It's a barely a spark. It really needs to become a fire. It needs to ignite, and there's people actively stamping it out because Facebook. And it's interesting. I love these discussions about it because what you can see is a whole new world of gaming trying to be born, and it's unfortunately become like this arena for ethics and morals, and people actively hold back against it. And it's especially sad for me as someone who's experienced a lot of it, as someone who got an original Dev Kit 1, as someone who's played 3D gaming. I mean, that's the other sad thing. I mean, fucking 3D gaming is like the best of both worlds, but was declared a fad and killed. And I genuinely think we've missed out. I genuinely think we could be in a really exciting world, technologically speaking, in terms of YouTube, in terms of Twitch, in terms of playing games, where people are watching and enjoying 3D media more. I genuinely think we could be, but it never landed. And so it's like, it's crazy. Anyway, yeah, so I was just reading a little bit about that. God, I need to turn my game down a bit. Oh my God, we got gift subs! Oh, Einof, wow. Oh my God, Einof just gifted 20 subs. Einof, were you here yesterday? I don't know whether I told you, but we hit 400 subs like 3 days ago. And ever since, every time I log in, they've just dropped off massively. They've just dropped and dropped and dropped. So you doing that's insane. We're back up to 350 now. Thank you so much. That's really lovely of you. 3D movies skewed everyone's perception of what 3D was. It made it feel like a cop-out. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Honestly, Guild Wars 2 in 3D is mind-blowing. It's really good. It is really good, guys. There's just a little bit of configuration and a little bit of adjustment, but way less than setting up full VR setups. And it doesn't make you feel sick, and it doesn't look blurry. The main issue with 3D gaming as Nvidia was doing it, the main issue was that the room had to be a little bit dim. It had to be a little bit dark. That was the main issue. If you're trying to play in the middle of the afternoon, you got all the windows open, you're like a normal human being that likes to see the sun, it kind of ruins it a bit. But, you know, you'd think you could leverage, like, the loser nerds that sit in dim alleys all day. You know? Alleys. Yeah, I game from an alleyway, guys. But you get what I mean? You'd think, or have fucked up sleep schedules and start a stream at 9 p.m. You'd think. I don't know what happened with NVIDIA 3D Vision. You know, there's still dev scenes. There's still mod scenes. I need to go back to do that video. Ale says, I don't trust Facebook with Facebook, where intentionally I'm not. Go figure, I'd make an account just for Oculus. I mean, I wasn't very happy. I mean, I did an annoying thing. I don't use Facebook. I don't use it. So I was forced to make one for the Quest 2. And I loathed that. I loathed that I was genuinely forced to make one. I could have waited for like the jailbreak thing, but I just figured, oh, I'll make one and I'll just never use it. But then there were all these people saying they were getting banned for doing that because, you know, they want it to be an active account, blah, blah, blah. Now, I've never been banned. I've never had any issues. And I think a lot of what happened when the Quest 2 came out was fear-mongering. But, I mean, I think people were right to be a bit pissed about that. But can I honestly say I'm pissed about the ethics of the thing, or I'm just pissed about, you know, being pushed onto a platform? I'm pissed about being pushed onto the platform. That's the truth of it. You know, my pissedness at Facebook is a much more self-interested thing than moral grandstanding. Yeah, I have a Quest 2. I've had a Quest 2 since it came out-ish, a bit after it came out, everyone. Not to distract from the topic of VR, but I low-key expected you to Fantasia into a Ronso today. No, okay, so should we talk about Final Fantasy? Is it September wearing off? I didn't realise I had, like, wallowed in the joy of September. I really didn't. It strikes me Twitch is really hard to actually, like, you must need a lot of subs to actually be able to earn money on this website. It strikes me as a really challenging website. I mean, I'll put the hours in. We'll see where we go. Anyway. So, what's going on today? I'm doing the review today. This is not a long stream. One of the main reasons I'm doing this stream is because there's a little analytics page on Twitch, and it's got like a little bar chart there, and it's the x-axis is dates, and the y-axis is how big the stream was, or how long the stream was, I think it was. So right now, when I look at this month, I've got all these bars there in succession because I've done it every day. And it looks pretty good. And I kind of like the idea of streaming every day. Just keep it going. I don't want a gap to appear in the middle. So I'm going to do a little mini stream in the gap. Basically, that's the main thing. I want to keep the spree going. And yeah, that's kind of it. The other side of it, though, is there's kind of a concept I want to show off to you guys. Because in all this footage of Final Fantasy XIV, I haven't done it yet. There is the idea of what your daily routine is. What you do every day. How the roulettes work. How the matchmaking work. I talk about it a lot, and I haven't shown it off. You know, I think that, it's not that I'm presuming to be this, but I think, you know, if you were watching a variety MMO guy, and you were trying to get a sense of a game, as an actual buyer's guide, and again, I don't think I'm that interested in buyer's guide, but bear with me, I think what's really valuable is to just be able to watch what someone's daily routine is. It doesn't just mean MMOs, by the way, any kind of long-term game that you're playing. Like, what does it mean to go into Guild Wars 2 and do your dailies? What does it mean? What does it look like? How long does that take? How engaging is it? And so on. Wow, it's loud here. So just in the interest of that, I'm going to do that on this stream. This stream is going to be my daily shit. And you guys can give me advice on it as well. Whether I'm missing stuff, like really easy, good, important stuff. So also, last night, I realized my deadline for the Wondrous Tales was coming up. So I did it. I did my Wondrous Tales, and you missed the whole thing, basically. You missed the Wondrous Tales. But I got a reward. I got 2 lines. So I got Mandeville Gold Saucer Points for the 2 lines, and I got Allegan Tomestones of Poetics, which I'm spending on Black Mage Armor. So, if you look here in my inventory, 50,000 Mandeville Gold Saucer Points. And another 50,000 Mandeville Gold Saucer Points. That's 100k. and another 30,000 Mandeville gold saucer points. So now I have... Whoopsie. 231,000. 2 lines is fairly rare. So, is that enough for the car? I need to do a quest chain before the car, right? So maybe I will... 200k is the car. Okay. So, but I need to do a quest chain. So maybe after the dailies I'll do that. Okay, so Nasty Wolverine says train squad, train retainers, do roulettes, gold saucer. That's pretty much my dailies. Well, I don't know what all those first ones are. Well, I kind of do. Let's go to Thanland. So off stream as well, last night. Do you remember how people were telling me that there's a feature called Squadrons? Which is you rise up with a grand company and then you can get like henchmen to do dungeons with. Realm Reborn dungeons. But they're also back like Palicos from Monster Hunter. They go out and do little quests for you. It's like the airship submarine thing, I think. Anyway, I had a quest right here from a guy, a blue quest. So I picked that up off stream and he actually let me come in here. I've never been in here. The entrance to the barracks. So look, I have a new room now. So here you have it. WP, did you see the new Guild Wars 2 roadmap? No, is there some Guild Wars 2 news today? So check it out. There's people in here. New UI again. I guess this is one of the people, right? Reason for enlistment, to challenge the limits of my abilities as you challenge yours. This is a conjurer. Level 1. I can change her outfit. They're available from level 51. Change their class. Chemistry. What is chemistry? Yeah, you should probably check out the winter roadmap. Can someone link it to me? I'll have a look. Contemporary warfare, defense, offense, magics. Okay, here it is. What do we got here then? End of Dragons, winter live stream broadcast schedule. I accept. Oh, why can't I scroll? Can I not scroll on OBS? Is there no scrolling to do? No, there's loads of scrolling. How do I scroll? When I'm interacting with the browser. I don't know how to browse this. Does anyone know why I can't scroll? Anyway, what do they say? No, arrow keys aren't working. Page up, page down aren't working. I can only mouse around. And there's no scroll bar on the right either. It's not working. Alright, well, I'll just read it. On the real, but you think refresh? I don't even know how to refresh. Oh no, I do. I can see how to refresh. No, all I can do is mouse around. F11? No, that just full screens OBS. The image is kind of enough, apparently. Alright, well, let's click this. Okay, October and November, the Beta 3 preview. So it's October 22nd, so that is a week and 3 days. Oh, the Echovald Wilds map tour. Oh, they're doing another one of these stream things. Do you know what? I wish I worked there. Do you know how badly I wish I worked there just so I could do that tour for you guys? Oh. Jade C map tour. Wow, they're doing them fast. Oh my god, though, when you put it in context, you do kind of realize, I mean, we'll be in 2022 pretty soon by the time that Jade C thing's done. Your stream tour of the lap would probably take too long. No, it wouldn't. It would be quicker. I wouldn't linger on the things that they lingered on. And I'd hold the camera a lot better. I'd have the settings better. I would do it much better. I'm telling you now. It's very arrogant of me to say that. All right, it's very self-assured. But genuinely, I could do a very good job of that. I could give you a representation of what it would look like in POF if you guys wanted. No, I did it. Watch my post show. I sort of did it. When with POF, they gave me the opportunity to somewhat do it, and I did do it. I mean, my ambition was to talk about a lot of stuff now. Anyway, enough about me. Beta 3, Echovowed Wilds, Jade Sea. Now, why is it called the Echovowed Wilds, do you guys think? That's interesting, isn't it? Siege Turtle preview. God damn, it's all coming pretty quick. Then December to February. Expansion gameplay. This is good. I'm really happy with what I see here. Expansion gameplay overview on December the 3rd. Legendary weapon variants preview. So, this is an Aurene weapon. And this is an Aurene weapon. And this is an Aurene weapon. Oh, and look, this is an Aurene weapon. New story characters. New guild hall. Arborstone revitalization masteries. So we can build the cathedral back up. Oh, and then a Kaineng city map tour. They're leaving Kaineng for last, eh? You know, you guys might not see this as much information, but it's actually a lot of information in terms of, like, confirming. Like, it closes doors. I mean, it seems like a pretty easy guess that it would be Kaineng, Jade Sea, Echovowed, Xingji. But now it's, like, confirmed, you know? So, it sounds like it's going to be a 4-region expansion. Does that make it a 4-map expansion? I guess so. How do I feel about only getting 4 maps again? I honestly think it's arbitrary. You know, a map in POF is not the same as a map in Heart of Thorns, but how we experience... You know, there's the actual size and engine. Then there's the amount of actual content in it, number of events, importance of meta event, replayability, all that shit, how we interface with it. And then finally, there's how we experience it because of the tools we have. It's like Tangled Depths. Which map feels bigger, Tangled Depths or Vabi? To you guys, which map feels bigger? Now, we all know the fact is that Vabi's bigger. But in terms of like getting lost and like finding little stuff and all that, Tangled Depths feels bigger. So all that shit clouds it. So then it's like number of maps is just another layer of obfuscation. It doesn't matter. You know, if they have 4 maps and they're all POF sized, but we don't rush through them as fast as we did in POF, they're more dense, they have more content, they're more replayable, all that kind of shit. If they do that, then it's fine. Also, Heart of Thorns, we say it has 4 maps. Did Heart of Thorns have 4 maps? Look me in the eye. Did it have 4 maps? Or did it have 3 maps and a Meta Zerg event? I think it had 3 maps and a Meta Zerg event. So POF going up to 5 is really quite incredible, I think. So, you know, if we hit the middle, it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, overall, I think all of this is too small, as I was talking about before, but, you know. And then late February is a launch day celebration. Wait, it's a February release. I thought it was a March release, or even an April release. Did I just fool myself into thinking that? I guess I fooled myself. They really should release in April or something. Way too much Heart of Thorns map worship, in my opinion. Well, yeah, I don't know if you're talking about me or the community, but it's definitely true. I would say it's true of the community, because the community that's currently still playing Guild Wars, they're earning money from those metas, and they're building legendaries through those metas and so on. And those metas are genuinely really well designed for rewards. POF completely dropped the ball with rewards. It doesn't know what it's doing, so all of its metas suffer. Not to mention the fact that it's met as well last-minute additions, it looks like. Some of them were very, very, very quickly done. They confirmed February release a bit back. I think February's too early. If you're going to delay the game, delay the game. I don't know, maybe it's a studio finance thing. It's not the sort of thing we in the community can talk about, really, is it? So, just in my web browser, I'm scrolling down. Yeah, there's no additional information. This image is it. This is it. This is the whole thing, the image thing. Well, there you go. What do I do? Do I export that and dump that on YouTube now? The blog text says mastery track singular. The images say masteries. Does this imply one mastery line and they're intentionally not telling us one? I think we'll get more than one. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking at. Another stream. They're just all different classes, right? That's it. They're just different classes. Why doesn't that X work? I can't click that X up there. Oh. Well, I can't click this X either. I can press escape. Hello. So what do I do? Do I do anything with these for my daily? The glamour and armoire. Is that for my guys? Can I dress my guys in anything? Reason for enlistment. I was inspired by your countless deeds of heroism. Question. What, do I interview these people? What, is that the questioning phase, is it? That's it. Oh, okay, I'll recruit you. Welcome, Toragana. This is like the hero system from Guild Wars 1. This squadron is now 4 strong, which means we're ready for deployment. The barracks has room for 8. If you wish to enlist any promising recruits beyond that, you'll need to discharge people. Do you know what? It's funny how much the MMO feels like the single-player games sometimes. You know, the single-player games do this all the time. They have these weird side features like this that just sort of like fill out the game. And the MMO feels exactly the same. Okay, squadron missions. Our fledgling squadron's first deployment. Ordinarily, I'll offer you a list of pre-approved duties. Okay, so mission affinity. What am I doing? City patrol. Patrol city streets and maintain peace in Uldar. Squadron XP is green XP. This mission is bound to succeed. Do I get any decision making at all? Expenditures? What's this? Doesn't do anything. Why is their name in red? Alright, just deploy. Go. Evangenda says, let me rephrase. WP, why can't I donate to you? WP, listen to me. The problem with Facebook buying Oculus is that if they want to create a monopoly on technology that wasn't even fully fledged. Yeah, I think that's fair. What do you mean you can't donate? You should be able to donate. Isn't there a button below the stream? No one's donated in days, and you saying that now makes me think. You saying that now makes me think it's broken. You should be able to donate, and it should ding a thing on the screen. Doesn't that work? Red means you don't have enough stats. Enough stats for what? I've paid what's owed this time, but the Immortal Flame requires fair compensation. You have to pay them yourself. Do I pay them McGill? He means bits. Oh. Well, because I don't know what bits are. I don't know how that works. Why are bits better than just donations? Is there some story in that? So wait, what happened now? The squadron is eager for your next thing. Mission status, 58 minutes remaining. Unable to commence a new mission while another is underway. So I have to wait. So it's not a daily feature. It's a 50-minute feature. It's not daily. It's an hour. So every hour they want me to come back. Yes and no. They become 18-hour missions. You're doing a tutorial. Right, so we'll come back to that in a bit. They get progressively longer. They're on a mission. When they're high enough level, you can experience them yourself. It's usually not an hour. It's like 18. Okay, so it kind of is a daily. Right, okay, so here we go. This is what I do. I do a leveling roulette every day. So you go to the duty finder. These are all matchmake options for you. The rewards are listed on the right. Here you'll see that I get experience. I get gil, which just gets wasted on a free account. I get flame seals for my grand company. But you see experience here. And there's a little up arrow. So this is bonus experience. Basically, by doing this, you get a whole level a day. Basically. So I'm on my lowest level character right now, class, which is Black Mage. My Black Mage is level 39. So what I could do is I could go out and do quests in the real world. And I could play the game. I could do Lev quests, which is how it was originally designed. Or every day, basically, Square Enix says you can have a free level a day, just as long as you play a bit of co-op content. So this is going to be a dungeon. And the only dungeons it will pull from are dungeons low enough level that my Black Mage can do it. And equally, all the people I'm with. So, the higher level you go, the more variance appears in the leveling roulette. It's probably best when you start a new class to level the first 10 levels like manually, or the first 20 levels even maybe manually, and then do the leveling roulette. It just depends how much you're going to play for that day. Oh, you have to go there. It doesn't exist until level 16 because there's no dungeons low enough below that. Another thing people recommend you do is Palace of the Dead, because that gives you a sense of your class, but also gives you real experience too. What is this thing? So yeah, just every day I'm doing a leveling thing, and right now Black Mage is what I'm leveling. Ooh. Wait, is there a Halloween event going on at the moment? Deathmore 80 subbed with Prime. Thank you so much. Deathbane 77. Oh, that was yesterday. Never mind. Never mind. Look, we had some subs from Einolf there, and we had Deathmore. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Halloween's postponed till November. So I just had a message, I think. Hi, are you queuing leveling dungeons? I am. If you want to do it with me, just send me a party request. I'll do it. So yeah, this is the first thing. And now usually these queues only take a minute for me to do. Because I play tank and they pop fast because everyone likes DPS. But I'm playing a little bit before prime time today, and I'm on a DPS, and you can see this is actually a really common roulette, and it's going to take 13 minutes to matchmake. Now, honestly, I think that's a bit on the high side. But there you have it. Now, there is a quest that I've had in my log for a long time. You saw it on a previous stream. Oh, it's level 47. That's a mining quest, isn't it? That we got yesterday. Oh, there you go. So now that I've joined the party, it's kicked me out of the roulette, and we need to rejoin it. But I'm not allowed to do it because I'm not the party leader, and I'm not allowed to be the party leader on a free account. So it actually looks like we've got 3 people here. So there you go. So they popped it. So because I have stream viewers, it popped instantly there, which is awesome. One of them was on a healer, probably. One of them was on a DPS. We're waiting for our tank. Or maybe one of them is the tank and they just haven't done it yet. So yeah, I'm ready to go. Moogle event is back on the 19th. Oh, by the way, good news, everybody. Good news, everybody. I've invented the thing longer. Somebody is making an emote. We're getting a Moogle emote. So I have like 7, 8 emotes that we can have. If anyone wants an emote, an idea, or wants to just give me some art, I'll put it on. Oh, we're in one of my favorite dungeons. I really like this dungeon. This is like this game's Cordicus Manor. It exists in the core game sort of early as a dungeon. It has 2 versions as well. And it's really good. The alternate version makes it all look blood red and crazy in here. I like it. The enemy variety in here is awesome. It's just super cool. It's very good. Unfortunately, I don't have all my buttons, but you know. So the gameplay you're looking at here is going to feel a lot like Guild Wars 1 Elementalist. I mean, very, 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 very similar. So this button here, Thunder, that's AoE dot. You want to do it early, realistically. But it can proc this trait called Thundercloud when they're flashing. And what that does is it lets me instant cast one. Oh, I got it again. I'm getting lots of them in a row. I don't know how many targets I need for AoE to be the thing. So Fire 2 is basically Guild Wars 1 Fireball. It's not as sophisticated. All the cooldowns are boring. The mana costs are boring. There's no build craft, so don't get too keen. But then we go to Ice to get our mana back. I'm probably playing badly, and if you guys have nice advice for me, instead of lol, dog shit, lol, 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 I would love to hear your advice. AoE is 3+, okay. Oh, okay, so the tank moved that so that we can start AoEing again, and the result is my spell cancel cast, which meant I lost my damage buff. This on the left, when I get a fire crystal, I'm doing a bit more damage. With 2 crystals, I'm doing a lot more damage. But when I go to ice, I lose the crystal, and they become a crystal of ice, as you can see there. And what the ice crystal does is it's giving me MP. Then once my MP's back, realistically, what I want to do is go straight back to casting fire. We're going to kill him. We're going to triple kill here. Oh, but the main target died, so then I don't get to it. FF12 has the exact same problem. And believe it or not, I actually modded that out. You can mod it out on FF12, but not in FF14. You know, like you're trying to use an AoE, but the main target you're hitting dies. So the whole spell cancels, even though the fireball should just go and hit the other shit. By the way, because of the Moogle Tome event starting up next week, the dead PvP mode Rival Wings will get active again, since it's an easy way to get the tokens. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's going to feel pretty BE right there. That's cool. I don't know whether I'll be playing it. We'll probably be in a Stormbud playthrough at that point, and I don't think I would want to waste time or whatever. So what I could be doing, by the way, is while I'm in my fire phase, I could be steadily moving towards them by slide casting, so that when I get to ice, I'm ready to immediately start using the ice AoE. The ice AoE requires melee. It's just around me. The fire AoE is a projectile. Does that make sense? But even though I'm standing here, it's not like Guild Wars. There's very little cleave. The combat is very, very binary. So, you know, as long as I don't have aggro, I'm not going to get hit unless I stand in a telegraph. So it's very readable. That's one of the reasons this game's so readable and Guild Wars isn't. I actually really like it in this game. It's very readable. So to know that I don't have aggro, I'm looking at the enemy meter on the right. You see these green squares? Green means they're hitting someone else. When I'm playing a tank, I hate to see green because I want the aggro as a tank. But when I'm a black mage, it's a dream come true. Probably should have thundered earlier on that. Done a little bit better. Black mage is so boring till high levels. No, I have this weird thing, man, where people call stuff boring. I just kind of get into the rhythm of something really slow. I really don't mind much. There's always some stupid, petty little thing you can optimize or think about. And I'm sort of pretty satisfied, even with the slowest shit. My first MMO was RuneScape. Alright? If that doesn't sort of colour the worldview in a certain direction, I don't know what does. So there, that ability was interruptible with a skill called Interject. But I don't get it as a black mage, which is really the boring bit. I hate not being able to interrupt. I hate not being able to react instead of just Wing out of areas. So there I didn't really stay on ice for as long as I probably should have. So I didn't have full MP when I came back. I have some other abilities, by the way. I have this thing called Addle, which will lower his magic damage. It's hard to tell when it's really worth doing that. It's basically instant, so whatever. Scathe lets me do a bit of damage while running around, I think, right? Isn't that the thing with Scathe? Doesn't it let me run around a bit while he's pulling? Should I be scathing? Scathe deals damage, neither physical nor magical damage, with a potency of 100. But you get a 20% chance it will double in strength, but it's instant cast. You don't have it here because of level sync, but Freeze is flat out better than Blizzard 2. Oh, is it really? Freeze is from my latest quest. Well, okay. I don't think I've done that quest. I think that's the thing. Oh, they're all jumping down. Shit, I should have done Thunder there, really. Let's do it now. It's never too late. I don't know whether, like, stacking the crystals before using a big ability is a thing, by the way. You'd think it is. Maybe I want to make sure I have 3 fire crystals before I use Thundercloud Thunder 2. Obviously, I don't get 3 crystals because I'm level scaled down at the moment. But as a general rule of thumb, is that a thing? Also, do I wait for the damage over time to end before I do it again, or what? I assume I might have to wait for it to end. Oh. Oh, Astral Fire doesn't affect Thunder, just the fire spells. Oh, okay. The crystals only affect fire. Well, is that true for any fire spells? Do I, like, do Fire 2, then a Fire 3 kind of thing? Or, let's say I'm single target. Should I... Oh, no. Yeah, say I'm single target. Should I build the crystals with Fire 1 and then spend all the big MP on Fire 3 after? Or should I... Do you get what I mean? I'm going to try Scathing here. That looked alright. Just cast it as soon as possible. I love the this spell though. When it hits lots of targets, it's really cool. So there I retargeted before doing Fire 2 because if you run the risk of them dying before it finishes, it's pretty shit. I should be using Blizzard. I don't know why I ran away. So here I've sort of fucked up. I'm casting on someone that might be about to die. I know, it's okay, it landed. Oh, Fire 3 gives full stacks instantly, does it? Oh, yeah. Alright, so there is no gameplay in it. It's just use the strongest spell until the MP restricts you and then use weak ones. And then swap, right? That should be the flow. Strongest spells possible until the MP won't cost, then weaker spells, then swap to ice. Correct? Oh, speaking of ice, I'm in ice. I mean, you guys are talking a little bit about mechanics I don't have unlocked yet, I think. For my gameplay so far... Oh, no. Well, I fucked that up. Whatever. I forgot to transpose before. Anyway, yeah, I do like this dungeon. There's lots of, like, evil demon things. You can't really get a good look at them on range DPS. And you sort of go into the cellar, you find a key, then you go upstairs and you fight like a succubus. Oh, you only use Fire 3 once? Really? You only ever use it once? I don't remember how this fight works. They've targeted the Jester, so I'll hit the Jester. Single target, I guess? Since there's only 2 people. Right, I've tried to turn my speakers down so many times. So I also have a MP restore button, which I never use. But like, for example, when I swap to ice here, I can use mana, what's it called? Font. And I can get my MP back really quick. But then it's on like an 180-second cooldown. I don't know whether there's a better time for me to use that. I don't have Fire 3, guys. I'm not high enough level for Fire 3. People giving me advice to use Fire 3 right now. I can't use it. Use mana font in Fire? I was told you can't get mana back. Oh no, that was lucid dreaming. Oh, here we need to return to the start. Wait, no. Wait. What? How have I fucked this up? There's like a return to start button, isn't there? Slash return. Okay. Oh, you're supposed to click the return button. What were we just talking about? Oh, yeah. So the mana thing does work in Fire. But lucid dreaming doesn't. Oh, there's an eyeball up there. Fun fact, the furniture in this last stream you can craft to decorate your house with. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I get that button a bit better now. So here, should I this? Look, I just cast Thunder again. I basically cast Thunder back to back. Is that dumb? Should I wait for the dot to disappear before I do it again? Or should I just do it straight away to start gambling for another proc? Does that make sense? So do it back to back. Okay, good. As soon as possible. It's a bit Guild Wars-y, the design, isn't it? There's never any, like, thinking or context. Let's just do it instantly. It's there, press. Lower levels, instant use is okay. Oh, does that change at higher levels? So there I could lower his magic. Oh, I should have used it. Oh, no, it was on cooldown. Oh, I'm really far away. Lamps. I don't know what lamps means. Do I interact with the lamps? You extinguish the lamp. Oh, I'm not going to get the cast. I lost my astral fire. Should I kill the handmaiden or? I'm going to turn off this lamp. Well, we're limit breaking. Oh my god, we're getting overwhelmed. Oh, I should AoE now, actually. He's got everything with it. I'm going to use fire too. Under. Blizzard. Interrupted because of the tick rate. So I can stay in fire for ages here with mana font, right? Oh yeah, I can. Oh, that's good. Oh, I got an achievement. Why did I get an achievement? Oh, there you go. So I can now get that freeze button. Oh no, that's my level 40 quest, isn't it? What was that? So I just unlocked... I don't know what I just unlocked. Thanks, team. Oh. So I was the last, so I got a bunch of random shit thrown in my armory chest, which I'll have to delete later. Was it Blizzard 3 I unlocked? What did I unlock? I'm level 40, but it's not... It's not unfogged. I need to do my class quest. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but I saw something pop up. Yeah, it was Magic and Men 2. So I got a trait. Increases my damage by 30%, my HP restoration by 30%. Allows the stacking of a third crystal. Which reduces cast times for the spells of the opposite element by half. Oh, that's weird. So when I have 3 crystals... But if I cast the opposite element, I'm going to lose all my crystals. Aren't I? Oh, but then Fire 3 gives me them all back. So I don't have to transpose out of ice anymore. I can just instantly Fire 3 out of ice. Oh, is Blizzard 3 the same? Oh, yeah, Blizzard 3 is the same. Oh, so they're like changing it. So when do I transpose anymore? Oh, but what if I don't have the MP? You can still transpose to keep the gauge going if there's downtime. When you're full MP, you can fire 3, then spam fire 1. But then I'm going to have 0 MP. How am I going to cast Blizzard 3? Just make sure you have the MP or you transpose. Oh, I see. So there is a little bit of a game there. So these things are all going to get one shot, right? But we have 3 crystals. Oh, but I don't have the spell. I would need to learn the spell, wouldn't I? So I would have to Blizzard 3 now, wouldn't I? And if I fuck up, maybe I can mana font the first time, but then I would have to transpose. Oh, so losing MP is really punishing now. You don't want to greed, basically. You don't want to be greedy. The annoying part of leveling Black Mage, 72 you get a trait that lets you cast a spell of the opposite element even at 0 mana. Oh, and then they just get rid of it in Shadowbringers. So they set up a whole thing about playing with that mana, and then they just get rid of it in Shadowbringers. Black Mage is all about greeding to the edge. Oh, well, I like that then. That actually, that's cool. I like that. That's a cool system. So this isn't the heart of the class. This is like a failsafe. Transpose is a failsafe. It's like, I can't greed another one. I would have to use Blizzard 3 now. I don't understand why I'd spam Fire 1 though. It's less damage. Right, well anyway, okay, so look, that's one part of it, right? So that's the leveling. I could go do a leveling quest now as well, but the idea of today's stream is to just show you what I do for my dailies, right? So that's the leveling roulette. Then what I'll do often is I'll swap to my Dark Knight, just because I find him more chill and fun. And I'll do the other ones for Allagan Tomestones of Poetics, which are like a daily exclusive currency almost for daily rewards. One of my party members cannot do a dungeon. Oh, there we go. So now we're doing the dungeon. Oh, no, we're not. I think someone in my party might be too low level, maybe? I mean, you guys can play with me. It's just one of your party members does not meet the requirement for this duty. Yeah, he's going to go level. Okay, everyone's gone to go level, so I can join it now. The durability of my gear is low. But okay, so now we're queued in, right? So I just do one of these dungeons for Tomestones. This would be good if I had a character for leveling there as well. But, you know, like my Dark Knight's level 60, so I get no experience from this, and I get no gil from this. I just get the Tomestones. But it's sort of, hey, whatever. So this is going to be a high-level dungeon. So it could be one of the ones we've seen throughout Heaven's War, which will be quite nice. I'm going to go to an armor repairer if I can. I think in the tavern there'll be one. Oh, it was a 2-tank issue? Oh, I see. If you want both Tomestones and lots of XP, you can do the roulette. Yeah, the MSQ. So yeah, I'll talk about that. I do sometimes do this. This is the main scenario. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But the way this works is there are 2 story steps from the base game. Like, not even the patches. The base game. And their co-op story steps. And that's the only thing that can appear here. One of them's really short, is like a single fight. The other one's 40 minutes long. So you don't know what you're going to get. And it changes the reward based on which one you get. But you get 300 Tomestones. It's really boring. Takes forever. It's mostly cutscenes. And it's unskippable cutscenes. That's the thing. It would be alright if they were skippable. But you're not allowed to skip the cutscenes. Because what Square Enix have done is that whole system is there. Oh shit, it's got rid of my UI. Get out! Oh my god, I had to click 3 buttons to say no to that guy. Oh, no, one's 20 minutes, the other's 40? What's the one where it's like a single 20-minute fight? There's one that's like really, really short. Anyway, so sometimes I do that, but generally not. So here we rolled one of the dungeons. You saw me, you guys saw me streaming on the 12-part Heavensward playthrough. There were skippable once upon a time, but it was a crappy experience for people. Oh, I didn't know that. So what will happen is I'll get downscaled. I would love this if Guild Wars had this. Can you imagine? You could do a little roulette for like an Ascon Catacombs might pop up and it would actually downscale you, effectively downscale you, so it wasn't completely power crept. And you were doing it for like a daily currency that mattered, so everyone did it every day. So there was co-op content that you didn't have an agonizing issue of getting a party for every day. Can you imagine that? But instead they chose to gut the Dungeons of Rewards and pretend they don't exist. Oh, I'm playing badly because I don't have tanks. Sorry, I'm not usually this bad. I just had my brain completely turned off then. I didn't have aggro on anything and I didn't put them in the right place. So generally speaking, I actually find these dungeons much easier. Breed worse balance than the other dungeons, but hey. Just get everything and then we move on. Are we starting Stormlord today? No, this is just a mini stream today. Couple of hours. I'm reviewing the game today. That's my main job today. I just wanted to go live and do the quick little roulettes. Oh shit, what I was also going to do was maybe record these and this footage would actually appear in the review. Let's do that as well. I'm going to record this stuff locally and we'll see. I probably shouldn't be tanking him right next to the the tornado, right? I mean, there's more mobs. Let's grab all of these. Why not? If I didn't get that heal there, I was going to use Living Dead, but I think we should be fine. Oh, I walked out of one AU into another there. Not too smart, but hey. Sometimes I'm glad WP isn't making calls in Guild Wars. I'd hate enforced, daily time-gated bullshit. Sorry, who's enforced what? You do realise there's time-gated bullshit already in Ascon Catacombs, right? Surely you wouldn't be blind to that fact. It's just not worth doing. Sorry, are you really going to begrudge me making shit worth doing? Okay, so this one we got to find the boss. Do you know what enforced means? This is a million times better than Guild Wars. You know, after the end of Dragon's stream the other day, I really was into Guild Wars, and I logged in and I was like, I really want to play this. I want to do something, and I just sort of sat about, not sure what I really wanted to do, what I was invested in, and I wasn't that invested in Final Fantasy. I really wasn't that day, and I could have easily ended up just sort of swapping over and falling in love with Guild Wars again. But I sort of felt vaguely without direction, and then do you know what I did? I thought, well, I could do a couple of roulettes in Final Fantasy, and I literally swapped games and did some roulettes in Final Fantasy. And continued enjoying this game. And you're going to say that's a bad call, are you? I'm not sure what these feathers do. Do they just blow up? We stand away from them? It's fine in FF14. You can burn out super hard if you want to brute force content that's meant to be taken slowly. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking anyone to brute force. Nor am I saying that the ratios have to be the same in Guild Wars as they are here. You logged into Guild Wars 2 the other night. You looked at your character's booba and logged off. Oh dear. So there you saw, I could actually even, not only did I not have to worry about the actual animation in this game, I didn't even really have to worry about the orange circle because the tick rate's so slow. So I could walk back into the orange circle knowing that it wouldn't snapshot me because it wasn't on that moment. That's how weird this game's AoEs are. You neither have to avoid the AoE, the animation, or the telegraph. If you have a little bit of lag in it. I'm going to Living Dead because I feel like there's a lot of pressure and I'm not sure he can catch me. Oh, I think I ate one of those. Oh yeah, I did die. I should have saved Living Dead for a little bit later. We've won that pull though. We have beat that pull. It's always the telegraph, or even better, the cast bar charge you need to avoid. Exception is an attack. No, but you understand what I'm saying. It's not just the... You're right, it is the telegraph, but it's also not that you can walk into the telegraph quite often, as long as it's the very end of the telegraph. But yeah, the cast bar, I was doing an alliance raid yesterday, and I walked into a huge telegraph, but the cast bar was gone, so I knew I was safe. It was like one of those apocalyptic meteor telegraphs. It was, but they're like ice meteors. Amman in one of the alliance raids. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Amman. Anyway, what is this? Should I stand out of this? I don't know what that is. No one else is in it, so I'm assuming I should be. So we had some kind of invuln totem. I'm watching closely for Regalicus in chat to see if he responds to it. Should I right-click this totem? Oh. Comparatively, I don't actually do that much damage, so I should probably do these, right? Set down the object you're carrying. Oh, do the totems heal him on a pulse? Is that what it is? So you want to move them away from him? The totems come to life if they're left in the purple ring. Ah. Okay. big topic you'd rather write in Discord. I mean, I get your impulse. Look, don't get me wrong. I understand that there's such a thing as going too far with stuff like that. But to just condemn it all and say, no, Guild Wars doesn't have it, therefore it's good, it's just like... You know, I'm not saying Final Fantasy has the right balance. Also, I do very much believe that to a certain degree, it's on the player base themselves, not but I mean, yeah, I think that the game needs to be careful about playing its own audience out. The replay achievements in Guild Wars, I think, are a great example of that. Guys, can you help me with one thing? In the review, on the combat section of the review, I'm trying hard to find the best way to frame and explain why Guild Wars 2 animations and things connect feel better. And it's something about the fact that the actual strike is what matters. Yeah, in this game, all you have to do is initiate the strike, and then you could run a million miles away and it will still connect. I don't know how quite to phrase that, though. Does anyone have any ideas on that? Does anyone even know what I'm talking about? Yeah, snapshots don't quite... It's like how in PvP, when I was playing PvP yesterday, in this game, all I had to do was stand near someone and press the monk ability, and it would land. They could run a million miles away, I could drift, I could not be properly chasing them, and it would connect. In Guild Wars, you have to connect the animation. You have to be there at the last frame of the animation, and the weapon physically has to touch, or the spell or whatever, physically has to touch the person who you're aiming at. In this game, none of that exists, and I don't know whether there's a really easy way for me to explain that. Does that make sense to everyone in chat? I mean, if people in chat just say, no, that makes sense, then that's the description I'll go with. And I think that's sort of the fundamental difference. In PvE, you don't really realise it too much because everything is so static. There's less server validation. Yeah, there's like constant server validation in Guild Wars. Is that the right way of phrasing it? I don't know whether this is the right thing to do, so I'm just going to try it. Aggro all of them. Oh, he's flying. He's going all over the place. I think I was meant to kill these, wasn't I? Oh, stand away, probably. Ah! What? Oh, we had to get close. It's not stand away, it was get close, wasn't it? How am I supposed to know that for the first time? Sorry, give myself a hiccup. There's no dodging in Final Fantasy. You know, I didn't even think to mention that. I don't know if I'm as a bigger fan of Guild Wars 2 dodging as everyone else is. In FF14 cast bar matters more. If cast bar goes off in your range it hits. In Guild Wars 2 animations are tied to actual combat. Yeah, and look, do you guys think I'm right? That's the fundamental difference between the two games, right? See, I keep using this word floaty. What I'm trying to express is that it's just all very like easy peasy, breezy kind of. Like it's not the Final Fantasy's combat's easier. It's just there's a disconnect. It's like a fantasy, you know. It's just sort of like a dreamlike emulation of fighting, while Guild Wars feels like fighting. Do you know what I mean? That's quite specific. I don't think it's quite specific at all. I think it's at the beating heart of the difference between the two games' combat system. Maybe it's just because I played Guild Wars PvP and it's most obvious there. If you've only played casters in Guild Wars 2, you probably don't feel the difference that much. But anything melee combat, you really feel that difference. Why did my auto attack chain break there? So we got to kill these, and then we got to go stand next to the boss. Couldn't I just arm's length that? Oh, I did it too late. I pressed Dark Mind instead of arm's length. I'll try that next time. I think you're just complicating the term animation-based rather than lock-on. You think? I just want to be descriptive in my explanation. Should I put him out in the middle because of the fucking tornado? I think you're reading too much into it. Guild Wars 2's combat never felt that real to me either. I don't know. I think that's a really, really unfair response. I don't think I'm reading too far into it. Like when I'm a warrior in Guild Wars 2 and I like backbreaker or some shit, or it's like if in Guild Wars 2 you could press hammer 5 when you're standing next to someone, and he could like lightning flash away or some shit, blink away, and it doesn't even matter. You still get a backbreak him all the way over there. It's like you don't actually have to. It's like you don't actually have to backbreak the guy. You know, there's a little jump component on the start of backbreaker. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't. That the component doesn't need to be there because you can just press it and just wobble around nowhere else near them, and it's fine. It will still land. Like you actually aim in Guild Wars. You actually hit things. I think there's a huge difference there. There's a huge difference in the two games with that. Ain't like Guild Wars 2 feels like Monster Hunter or anything. No, but it feels a lot more like Monster Hunter. Again, though, this is like if you're playing PvP. In PvE, it's all still true. It just doesn't matter so much because nothing moves that much. It's like, have you guys ever played a dagger main hand thief variant in PvP? Ever? Or World vs. World? Ever? It's like in Guild Wars 2... The thief auto attacks, the dagger ones, they're like double strike. It's dagger, 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 dagger. Each of those little strikes, it's like you could connect with one of them and the second misses because they sort of juke to the left a bit or juke to the right a bit. Like they all matter. It's all real little hits. Final Fantasy, it's just like numbers flying all over the place. It doesn't matter. It's just was the button pressed vaguely in range. There you go. You're fine. It's like Final Fantasy's really forgiving about connection, and Guild Wars is very realistic about connection. Part of the issue is you're playing overseas and you play with a hell of a lag. I have the same lag in this game as I do in Guild Wars 2. It's not like I play. It's not like I play with fucking. What did I have here? 150 lag. It's not like I play with no lag in Guild Wars. I live EU. I play NA in both games. I experience the same latency in both games. It manifests very differently because both games are very different. Sorry, is chat trying to tell me the games are the same? Right, okay, so anyway, that's that roulette. Then we're going to do Alliance Race. So this is the 24-man. And I'm actually going to fix my gear this time. Don't most MMOs with traditional gameplay have this hit reg generosity? Is that the way to phrase it? Hit reg generosity? Look, guys, I'm not debating whether it's a criticism or not. I just want to know how to describe it. I just want to acknowledge that it's true. And I want to find out how to describe it. I feel like the Final Fantasy fans feel like I'm attacking them or something. It's literally just tab targeting versus action combat. If you cast a fireball and the mage blinks in WoW, it still connects. That's the case in any... I don't think it's tab targeting. You tab target in Guild Wars, right? I don't think that's the right... I don't think that's the right phrase, is it? So what do you guys think? Just describing it as tab targeting versus action combat fully explains that? I think I'm going to have to go further. The thing is, guys, when I make my content, I imagine that the viewer is like me. And I feel like the phrase tab targeting versus action combat, I feel like that doesn't express the difference properly. I feel like it needs to actually be explained. Although Guild Wars 1 was tab target, you could still dodge spells by strafing, if I remember correctly. Yeah, you're right. That's why I don't even like the Guild Wars 1 thing. I don't even like the Guild Wars 1 explanation. Because at its heart, Guild Wars connected more than this game does. It's a little bit closer, but yeah. This is the very first Alliance raid. I don't know if I've ever streamed this. Hopefully all the footage you're looking at here will become the Final Fantasy parts of the review, by the way. Just joined. You're looking for a term or expression to describe the difference in gameplay feel between the two games. Not gameplay, combat. But yes. Target lock-in might be better. You can't even fire abilities in Final Fantasy without a target, but you can attack the air in Guild Wars. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a symptom of the difference, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like it needs to have a proper way of describing it so that I want to think about like a Final Fantasy fan who's watching, and they hear me say Guild Wars 2's combat feels weightier, or it connects more, or it's less floaty, or it has a less generous pull rate. I want them to get it. I want them to be like, oh, okay. Floaty is a bad description. Yeah, exactly. As TC Factory says there. Floaty isn't... That's why I'm asking you guys, because I feel like I don't have... I need to do better than that. That's just not good enough. Guild Wars 2 hits don't feel like they register that well too? I disagree. I think it's usually a skill thing. If they're not registering properly, it's a skill thing. That's why PvP is so satisfying in Guild Wars. Because, yeah, there's little annoying things sometimes, and like a skill will go in the wrong direction, or like you'll attack someone and they'll teleport away and it will go through. But that's always like, if that happens in Guild Wars, if I what's the big hit? I don't know, if I'm kill-shotting someone... No, let's do a melee hit. If I eviscerate someone, right? Sorry, here's a very good example. If I'm a warrior on a greatsword, and I'm using my greatsword burst, right? Arcing slice. And I'm using it to kill him, and then the mirage or whatever jaunts away during my animation. If he jaunts really far away and I connect anyway... I'm like, yeah, like that's like lucky to me. That's like, oh yeah, good. That it was in the couple of frames where server latency mattered, but we're talking like less than 1/10 of a second, like fractions of a second. It doesn't happen much, and you're like, oh. And likewise, when I'm the Mirage in that situation, if I die, even though I was blatantly out of range of the arcing slice because the timing was so tight, and then lag came into play, I'm pissed off. Final Fantasy is like has that all the time. Final Fantasy only has that. He pressed Arcing Slice. It doesn't matter where anyone ended up. It was allowed. Do you get what I mean? Like, Guild Wars, like, it matters where people are standing. It matters how connections hit. Like, a lot. And again, you don't feel it in PvE too much because things don't move fast in PvE. This game pulls, I think, so slowly. Like the network, it checks where you're standing and shit so slowly in the network, they just decided not to make combat anything like that. Guild Wars 2 was not designed with PvP in mind. Well, it was, not exclusively. Oh no, your comment's fine. Your comment's fine. It was designed with it in mind. Not exclusively in mind, but at least partly. I mean, that's a reason, but that's still not a way to express what we're talking about, is it? Oh shit, I don't have tank stance on. Fuck. I'm gonna get judged for this in the video. No. In Guild Wars 2, basic all attacks have a cast time. In FF, they're instant. Only the visual feedback you get is delayed. That's the difference. What does the purple water do here? Does anyone know? Like, I feel like Final Fantasy is much more about, like, the strategy of the thing rather than the technical execution of the thing. Meanwhile, Guild Wars is largely about the technical execution of the thing rather than the strategy. It's always weird to me. They just give you a shortcut here. No, it's not the same as proactive personally. Milenko's right, FF14 doesn't handle player positions at all that well, so they can't build a combat system on it that takes precise points into account. Yeah. So, animations are only for show in Final Fantasy. Do you guys think that that's a fair way of describing it? I mean, that's definitely how it feels to me. I don't know whether people would take issue with it. What alliance am I? I'm Alliance A. So how this works is people stand on these pads and it makes the next one vulnerable. So our one's only vulnerable when the purple people are on the purple pad over there. But I don't really get what the gameplay is for the pad people on this. Can I not turn him around? So we're keeping ours vulnerable now while it all cascades along. Thing is, tab targeting and action combat are two different designs, allow for different things. It's a matter of preference. A good FF14 fight will never work, and vice versa for Guild Wars 2. You can like one but not the other. And I don't know if you can just say tab targeting is better, but fuck Guild Wars and New World. Or action combat is better, but fuck WoW and FF. We all get to play what style we like. Yeah, I don't know why you're giving me that message. I mean, it's not like I'm going to tell people what their opinions are in a review. I'm going to say which I prefer. And I'm going to find a way to illustrate the difference between the two. It's a review. It's not a Bible. It's not delivering the truth on people. If they prefer one game over the other, that's it, isn't it? Oh, I interject! Ah. I'll turn tank stance off. I missed it. Yeah, I just want to describe the difference, that's all. Oh, it's not on cooldown yet. There's loads of tanks. Can't somebody else do it? What am I supposed to do to him? I don't really get how this review work. This raid work. Excuse me. Got these hiccups. I'm waiting for it. Oh, I can interrupt all these guys as well. I don't want to though. I want to interrupt the big boy. There it is. Go. Interrupted. Hell yeah. Invulnerable again. I love these sandmen creatures. I think they're so cool. They're one of my favourite enemies in the game. I keep saying that over and over and over on the stream, but it's true. Only players with ghostly buff can hit the boss. Oh, really? Oh, I don't know what was going on there. Someone there is saying that they prefer the dodging shit in Guild Wars because it's dodging. I don't know. I prefer Final Fantasy's dodging. I really like how clean all the telegraphs are on the ground and how easy it is to move and stuff. Yeah, I also agree that dodge is OP in Guild Wars. I agree with that too. Am I going the wrong way? No, everyone's going this way. So. Yeah, I feel like there should only be one dodge. Really, 2 dodges I think is too much, and I think the regeneration's too much as well. But the problem is, like, how do you teach people to use it when it's such a rare resource? So. I'll put my tank stance back on. I assume it's 1 alliance per 1 thing. Unfortunately, I think I'm with the wrong alliance, aren't I? Wouldn't A be on the left? And I came to the right, B in the middle. Oh yeah, he's not healing me. I think it's because the healer over there can't see me because I'm not with his group. Yeah. So he's not helping me out. God, I've completely fucked this. Because I pulled 2 of the demons together. Oh god, they're not stopping, they're just running in. Healer range limits. No, what I thought would happen is I thought that the Alliance C guy or whoever it was I was mistakenly with, I thought he'd just heal me. But since I wasn't on his party window, I'm guessing he just plays the UI and he wouldn't do it. Maybe he's not even allowed to. Is he not even allowed to? If he manually targets me? I don't know. I've never played a healer in this game. I don't know how it looks. So yeah, that's why I decided to stop. I did stop. I went over. Oh, the healers can. Yeah. I assume he just... Okay. Maybe I should tank stance and take all these? If he's like you and he hides other players' HP bars. I don't hide other people's HP bars. I fucked that up, didn't I? No, I'm right. I don't hide them. They appear when people are low. You can see other players' HP bars. Oh, maybe in an alliance I have them here, actually. My party went low. Yeah, you might be right. He might have just turned that off. Hey Boots, thank you for the raids. Welcome everybody. Did you tell them that I was playing Final Fantasy? I guess I'll ask these people if they stick about. We're trying to, if any of you guys have played Final Fantasy, we're trying to find an elegant way of describing the difference between tab target combat systems and like traditional MMOs with really low poll rates, and like action combat and what Guild Wars does, where animations connect and sort of more significantly matter. Trying to find a good way of phrasing that. That was kind of the big topic that was going on, at least a second ago, before I started asking for advice on this content that I don't have to play. So yeah, if anyone has any thoughts on that, you kind of probably have to have played both games. Oh, you did? Okay. This is actually only a mini stream today, guys. I wasn't really planning on streaming today, but to keep the spree going, I've turned it on. And I'm just sort of showing what I do for my dailies, and I'm asking for advice from chat how to improve my dailies. Oh fuck, I've got aggro. Why do I always get aggro? I'm not provoking. Is it just the other tanks do no damage? What is that? I know I have tank stance on, that's a part of it, but presumably they have a tank stance too, don't they? Does Dark Knight just get more aggro than everyone else? Because I always take it off of him. Like here, he's actually got it because I swap target. But I bet in a minute it will fully flip. It's nearly flipped. What's he doing? Oh, this is that ancient flare thing. So everyone stands on these pads, it erects this barrier which saves us from this huge building. And then you kill his ads, and we can run back in. I'm glad I didn't get a Void Arc here because it wouldn't have worked for the footage. Oh, that tank's quite smart. He's pulling this guy to the edge because when his big ancient flare mechanic starts, the boss has to run to the middle to start it. So it's a load of extra time for everyone. When I tanked this before, I just held him in the middle. And see here, I know ancient flare's coming. The cast bar hasn't even appeared yet, but I know it's coming. Oh, and it gives us more DPS uptime, so he only cast it once. I really like that. That's good. I just held him in the middle, and then that would just mean Ancient Flare suddenly appears, and everyone's standing in the center, and they've got a huge amount run to do. This boss is the equivalent of a Guild Wars 2 Massar. Oh, what? Because the way he looked? Oh, well, also, Ancient Civilization, long gone. I mean, kind of, yeah. I never would have thought of putting it in those terms, but that's a valid way of thinking about it, I think. All right, what I'd really like here. So now finally we're doing one more, which is the normal raid, which is 8-man. What I'm really hoping for here is to get something that's not Alexander. What would I get, though? Coils don't appear. Hey, can anyone tell me why coils don't appear in the roulette? Redeemed super highlight my message. The way I would describe it is that Guild Wars 2 makes it feel like you are directly striking your opponent. Positions matter and you can avoid more things. FF have no way of doing that, short of boss or orange AoEs. Yeah. Because coils are messed up, they are not normal difficulty and some fights are weird. Oh. Why don't they balance them? Do they have a plan to balance them? Yeah, this is okay. Normally I'd be a little bit annoyed because these take a while. But I actually think it's fine because it's like a lot of movement and stuff. And for the footage, I think people will at least be vaguely interested. What should I record in Guild Wars for the review? What kind of content should I show off? In the background. Yeah, but you guys say open world. What in open world, though? Maybe I should make a new character? Yeah, I think this is the living liquid one. It's a shame. It would have been really cool if this was one of the ones with the sonic pipes or the grind rails. Oh, there's a tiny little grind rail. Like a 2-second grind rail. I think people would have got a kick out of watching that. Right, I'm just going in. Fuck it. I don't know what mechanics he has coming up. I'll dark mine that. Okay. I'm trying to keep him facing away. This is pretty bad, isn't it, really? But I don't know what else to do. I mean, his rear is exposed. They can hit the rear if they want to. Someone's hitting it. That's not bad, right? It's not great, but it's not bad. Okay, so he's leaving. Peg-legged parrot. What a lovely name. This is the guy that turns into a million different bosses, right? Wash away. I'm going to face this way. Yeah, I didn't get knocked off. I didn't have arms length up. I should have arms lengthed it. That would have been cool. Getting a little bit low. I'll put a defensive on. The 2 hands. Combine into big one. Move back. Maybe I'll just face him so he doesn't spin, right? They'll appreciate that more, won't they? Knocking everyone away. None of those water piles matter. Do they matter in Savage? Oh, somebody crashed, apparently. Oh, I can't move them out of that, I'm afraid. Do I have to... Alright. I don't know whether I'm going to talk about limit breaks in my comparison. Okay, I will commend this guy. Oh, I think there's a whole section of the review I haven't thought of. Is there a social section of the review? Oh my god. This is just meant to be a mini stream. I want him to do TEA, we will be here for ages. Ultimate Alexander, it's 4 fights, 15-minute marathon. Have I seen the EOD stream schedule? Yeah, I have. Yeah, we had that on stream earlier. Okay, so that's basically it, guys. That's what I do for my guild, for my daily. And then we do rep quests, which I'll do in a second. Let's have a quick look here at our Wondrous Tales. So I completed a dungeon, so I get a sticker. And another dungeon, so I get another sticker. Now I could queue for one of these precisely, but I guess we'll just see if they come up just over the next few days. Okay. So here's what I do for my reps. I'm just focusing on the Amalja for now, so I go to Little Alamigo. So here, hold on. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so I'm thinking social. GW2, FF14. Commendation system. Roulettes. RP scene. How do we compare instruments? Let's do it this way. So what do we say about Guild Wars? Oh, they have the free company chat channels. What's it called? Link shells? Okay, can you only be in one free company at once in Final Fantasy? Do you guys know? Can you only be in one at once? So, Guild Wars, you get 5 guilds. This game, you get 1, right? That's fair. That's the difference between them. Is that free company per character or per data center or what? It's per character, but realistically people only play one character, so let's be real. I think that's fair, isn't it? Wait, what's a fellowship? What's a fellowship? Anything else to say socially? The instruments, what about okay, I got a question for you guys. In Final Fantasy, isn't it true they ban you if you're mean? Can someone illuminate a little bit on that for me? Because I've often heard people are nicer in Final Fantasy because they'll be punished if they're not. Hey, in the social tab you wrote Guild Wars 1 instead of Guild Wars 2. Oh, did I? No. Oh, here. Yeah, sorry. I guess I had the letter 1 on the brain and it kind of confused me a bit. You will get warnings if you're toxic, but you have to be pretty bad for that. Well, how do we compare that to Guild Wars? I mean, it's the same in both games, isn't it? You don't really know how to describe a thingy? Social tab. Fellowship. A friend from Guild Wars 2 got GM jailed 2 weeks into playing the game because she told someone their DPS was trash in a roulette. You mean a friend from FF14? What's this thing about jail? What's the jail story? Oh no, a friend from Guild Wars 2 who had started playing FF14. You enjoy the communities in both games. Both have people willing to help you learn. The only semi-bad side of Guild Wars 2's community is the looking for party tab, in my opinion, and linking kill proofs into get into parties. By the way, can I just complete tangent here? I feel like these streams, some people might not be enjoying these streams as much as just the playthrough, like when we did the Heaven's Ward playthrough. And I totally get that. I didn't want to do a 4th review stream, not really. It's just on my mind, obviously. We will get to a full-on playthrough next, and hopefully you guys... I mean, maybe I'll poll it, but I feel... My sense is that I'm not at my best when I'm doing this. I might be at my best when I'm just playing the game and having fun. So I don't know for sure, but that's my gut feeling about things, so we'll get out of this soon. Don't you guys worry. I just want to do the project well. So yeah, I don't know. The only semi-bad side of Guild Wars 2's community is looking for the party tab. And linking kill proofs. Oh yeah, Guild Wars kill proofs. Well done. That's a good point. Does FF14 have a whole kill proof thing? I mean, it has logging and passing and shit, right? It has a culture for passing. Kill proof, culture, DPS, passing. Is that an equivalence? Is that fair? I mean, to talk about with the same breath? There's some of that, but not generally in pugging. I don't think there's anything nearly as bad as LI. Fixer Upper donated 4,000 to the Go Back to Guild Wars 2 challenge. DPS will greed and get themselves killed just for a good pass. You should also consider player houses, the sprout system, mentors versus mentors. How do mentors work in FF14? I like the sprout thing. I don't respect the Guild Wars mentor system at all, for what it's worth. Is there no loot stealing in this game? Not to any relevant degree that I have seen. Can we get a community goal to not go back to Guild Wars 2? It's not go back permanently. It's just for a bit. But look, if you really feel that way, just please tell people about these streams and grow. All I want is these streams to grow. If I can get the stream to grow playing Final Fantasy XIV, then I'll feel confident playing other MMOs and doing other stuff. But I have to see growth. That's all that matters. I don't care if I start with 10 viewers. I don't care if I start with 100. I don't care if I start with 1,000 or 10,000. I need to see growth. That's all that matters. If we're shrinking, then I have to go back to my wheelhouse, don't I? That's it. That's the other. There is no challenge for that. That's just reality. You have several combat jobs, need a shit ton of commendations, must have unlocked it and done all content. You need a decently high level tank achievement to even qualify for the Mentor Crown. Oh, so there's a really high bar for the Mentor Crown. And then what do you do with the Mentor Crown? Final Fantasy has the acknowledging thing after a fight. What's that? At least mentors are respected in Guild Wars 2 a little bit. FF14 mentors get shit on. Look, I don't know any of this. I think I'll just note that there's mentors. I mean, that's my honest take. Both games have mentor systems. I haven't really seen how they're treated in FF14, but I generally ignore them in Guild Wars 2 as a veteran. Your mileage may vary. That's basically all I have to say about that. That's not bad of me, is it really? No one likes Final Fantasy mentors. It's quite a meme and exaggerated, but there's a bit of truth to it. Well, that's something someone can put in the comments. You get a mentor roulette that can match you into pretty much any content, usually putting you with sprouts. Oh, that's cool. Okay, what I want to say, but the feature seems generally much more expanded. In Guild Wars 2, it's just an icon, right? I think that's the story, isn't it? That's the story that Final Fantasy actually supported. Oh, you guys can't see. This here. This is what it is, really, right? The Guild Wars just gives you an icon. Final Fantasy has all these barriers to get into it, and it gives you a roulette, and it actually does stuff. Isn't there a dedicated chat? No, mentors weren't in core, but I'm not going to fucking... Little shit like ticky-tacky shit like this. I'm not going to... Who gives a fuck if it appears in the Heavensward review, or the Stormblood review, or the Shadowbringers review? For, like, big stuff that tells the story, the development of the game's fine. But, I mean, at some point, I just have to pick this stuff. Panicking and stressing over every little box, depending on where it came in, is just... this review's never going to come out. The reason I like the idea of the other reviews is because I want to talk about where the story went mostly, and what exploration was like, and the big features that came in. Little shit like this. You can actually go to the NPC to see what's required. Well, look, I don't care that much, guys, really. It's just, there's more to it, right? Guild Wars just gives you an icon. Final Fantasy made it a feature. It's a feature, right, in Final Fantasy. Anything else in the social section? Player houses are not... I've got that written elsewhere. I'm talking about... This is just about the way in which people interact with each other. We already did housing. Do you think emotes have a place there? FF14 brings out new emotes frequently and people interact with them. Okay, we can move emotes. I think that's fair. We can move emotes. So where was emotes? I think I put that under miscellaneous. No, I didn't. Where did we put emotes? Does anybody see emotes? Oh, weddings. Weddings are a great one as well. That's a bigger feature, right? So maybe we can leave that for Heavensward. Why Fellowship is not included? Because I don't know what it is. I asked what it was. We opened the panel and I didn't really get it. It just gave me a bomb of information. I mean, what is it? Presentation, combat, UI. If it's not in miscellaneous... Features. I think we put it in just add it here and I'll see later. Where is it? More emotes, more regularly added. Simple. The Fellowship is a large casual community. Up to 1,000 people can join. Fellowships is kind of like a message board. You can post stuff to coordinate with other players. Oh! That is something I can add. Fellowships. Message boards. There's a lot of that in this game, and there's very little of it in Guild Wars. Guild Wars doesn't really have a comparative story with that. This is more current content, but I think the loot system also impacts the social interactions of FF14. It strongly incentivizes people to form statics rather than pugs. Well, I haven't experienced that, and if that's later, we can maybe look at that later. Any other big features on the social side? Open world squads could be one. What, in Guild Wars? Yeah, I haven't really seen Final Fantasy having a great equivalent of squad markers. It's kind of a part of the meta event conversation. Not social, but it's Squadron included. Yeah, it is, yeah. In FF, you can ping flags in chat like you would ping waypoints. Marker, telegraphs, and stuff. Both games, I think, have sophisticated settings for that. Okay. Your squadron is probably back. I don't think FF has a use for a commander tag without basic the open world is compared to Guild Wars 2. Maybe, yeah. Server structure fixed onto social. You're more limited in who you can play with in FF14. Oh, yeah, yeah. FF14 has... Guild Wars 2 has a global TP. It basically just... And basically just 2 regions, right? FF has loads of servers and data centers for that small community feel. Like, people don't like mega servers. This is Final Fantasy is Guild Wars before mega servers, basically. So if somebody hated mega servers as a change, then Final Fantasy is the same. Okay. Are we good with that, guys? Anything else? I think we're good. All right, let's do our other stuff. Yeah, as for this, the Fellowship thing, I mean, it's like a message board, right? What is this? We are a not safe for work erotic roleplay community with an active, friendly Discord. Come join in on the fun. Join the fantasy lounge too. Players 30 plus, come hang out, run maps, raids, learn together. CWLS and Discord. A place for fledgling healers and supportive veterans to talk healing and give advice. Please be nice to each other. So this is like a public link shell. Is that what it is? WP finally learns about the brothels. It's not instant chat like the link shell. It's like a message. It's like a forum. It's like a forum board. Right. Yes. Okay. So why didn't we say that earlier? Why don't you just say it's a forum? It's an in-game forum. Okay. So fellowships are in-game forums made by the communities. Right. You didn't know this about it? I thought about it a bit. Oh, and I want to compare the game's LFGs. LFG versus Party Finder, right? I mean, honestly, this review, guys, it's just... When you list it all out, it's really damning for Guild Wars. It's like just at every level, the feature in Final Fantasy has more settings, and is more robust and more expanded. Like at every level. Like you want to compare Mentors? You want to compare LFG to Party Finder? You want to compare... I mean, anything. Like anything, nearly. Nearly anything. It's like Final Fantasy put more work in. How many hours do I need to reserve to watch this review? I'm thinking if I can keep it tight, it will be about 2.5 hours. I'm thinking it will be around there. I'm hoping it'll be shorter though. I would really like to get it at 90 minutes, but I don't know whether I can get it that low. Are you sure you want to risk butt hurting the entire Guild Wars 2 community with a review like this? I mean... The facts are the facts. I mean, it might not seem that a lot of the time, but I have a lot of respect for my audience. Like, I tend to think they're pretty adult, they're pretty rational, they're pretty chill, you know, and that they can look at a fact and be like, well, obviously, but you can't argue with that sort of stuff, you know. You can't argue that there's more going on with the mentor program in one game than in another. It's inarguable, and it's sort of, I don't think anyone's going to shoot the messenger. My agenda for the review is pretty clear. I'm interested in how both games have developed. I'm interested in looking at a more traditional or alternate developed MMO that's got basically been going in parallel to Guild Wars. You know, I don't see what there is to be butthurt about. And I'll credit Guild Wars where Guild Wars is better, and it has its places. But by and large, when we're talking features, when we're talking game breadth, this game just has a lot more in it. I mean, what more can you say? Why can't I take these quests? Oh, I only have 6 left. No quests prior to today can be active. Oh, I missed one last night. It's right where it says Xanarak. Okay, so let's go do that. Will I continue to play FF14? Today is just a mini stream. I'm not going to be on for very long. I've not been on very long, he says. It's been 2 hours already. I'm just showing you my dailies, what I do each day. We broke into a little bit of a review phase there. Ignore that. Do I not have any keys? Oh, I do still have a key. I guess I missed this one cage. And I'm just getting back to it. It's just because I didn't want to lose my spree. I've streamed every day for several days in a row now. I didn't want to lose my spree. And I kind of hoped that, I'd get a bit of support so people would watch. And I did. We had a bunch of subs earlier, which was really nice. If you guys are enjoying this or you like this project or anything, please do consider doing that. The whole game is to grow here, so. And don't forget, you can if you have Amazon Prime, you can do it for free. You think POF will beat Stormblood if that matters? If we overlook the part that Icebreed Saga kind of devalued the story, which we will be. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a huge review because it's like a lot of stuff and it's sort of picking and choosing in some illogical ways, right? There's no hard and fast rules, really. I get that. But after this part, I think the Heaven's Ward v Heart of Thorns review can be a lot more concise and a lot cleaner and a lot easier to sort of digest and talk about. And there you go. Today's remaining rounds is 12. So I'm not going to read all these quests. But basically, I'm going to grab a ton of quests all at once. This isn't very interesting, to be honest. And then I'm going to grab the basic ones as well. And we're going to just try and do all of them all at once. So it's going to be a bunch of busy work. And hopefully the sun will come up so the game actually looks good. We're in heat waves at the moment. I quite like the weather system in this game as well. There's lots of different kinds. It never affects combat though, does it? Weather doesn't hit combat in this game. In 12 it did. It's scary that we're already on the return to the saga next week. Yeah, I know, right? It is kind of crazy. Weather affects fishing. Oh yeah, okay, fishing is the one thing that will affect. It's not related to the Realm Reborn portion of the review, but I think you should start up one of your Heaven's Ward Beast tribes at least. Heaven's Ward, they brought in a new feature that their little settlement will change and advance every time you progress their trust. Oh, we get to mount the Drake. This is one of the rare times where it feels a little bit as good as Guild Wars mounts. So if you look here, this one won't fly. It's like a proper, like, nice, weighty, real feeling mount. And what we need to do is breathe fire on some shit, probably. Fighting fire stand with fire probably is the thing. So, and we actually get special abilities to fight on it. I think once I get the rep all the way up, this is the actual mount I unlock. I don't know though. Tempering ground? I don't know. I know what I have to do with all these other things, but while I'm on the mount, I'm not sure. I'll have to look. Yeah, fighting fire stand with fire. Destroy the stockpiles of fire sand. So we want to be. So there's crates around basically, and we wanna blow the crates up. Like these. There we go. Use fiery breath. There we go. So it's obviously nowhere near Guild Wars at all. And it's not relevant for the first part anyway. Yeah, I don't know. The whole Stormblood... Well, the only things I've ever heard about Stormblood is that the story's not that good, that it's a bit messy, it's a bit all over the place. That's basically all I've really heard about Stormblood. But that the game features are a bit better. Meanwhile, POF is a really good expansion in my mind. I mean, I know what I feel about that. So, it might be that I consider Stormblood to be a much... you know, it might be... POF wins there. If that is genuinely how I end up feeling when we come out of that, that's going to be very tragic. It's going to be very tragic how ArenaNet threw that all away. You know what I was thinking? It's kind of a funny idea of what if they didn't even commission Season 4? They just went straight into another X-Pack. Back then. There's never in a million years that would have happened. But it is an interesting thought. The POF story doesn't even make any sense anymore with the Icebreed Saga? You mean all the reality disintegrating when dragons die stuff that came out of it? Yeah. But I view Season 4 as an incredibly good season as well. I mean, I honestly think that's Guild Wars at its height. Alright, let's get off the mount now. And let's do our other jobbies. So we're going to throw sand on the beacons to dim them. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Probably going to kill a guy. I'm really high level, so this is very easy. And then we're going to go into our quest inventory and probably throw Sacred Ash on him. No? Throw water on him? Okay, we're going to throw Flask of water on him. What was that water? I don't know why he doesn't like water. I never read the dialogue. But we're going to douse them in water. Sometimes you throw ash on them because they're like tempered and you're like putting Sacred Ash on them to chill them out. Let's get on our chocobo. And fly up here instead of walking all the way around. If people have advice for me on more intelligent things to do here or quicker ways to do this, let me know. Jump on that guy as our badass Dark Knight. Collect crystals. One of the other quests. Can't wait to do some group content with me and Stormblood. Should be fun. I mean, for the Guild Wars fans, Stormblood right now is quite an interesting thing for me to move in because it's Final Fantasy's East Asian story. So, you know, we're all excited about End of Dragons and that East Asian story. You know what no one talks about anymore? What is the story with why they weren't allowed to do Cantha for ages? Nobody thinks about that anymore. Nobody talks about it anymore. But do you remember we had like a semi-confirmed comment? Who was it? One of the devs basically went on the record and said, yeah, we were told not to do it by NCSoft. But now they can? Nobody wonders about that anymore. I certainly do. Douse them when they're down. So we're looking... Oh, here. I'm a dumbass. It was here the whole time. Was it Josh Foreman that said that? Yeah, there was genuinely a blog post or something from a dev. I don't know if it was him. And then they told him to be all shush about it. The reason was NCSoft don't want Chinese supremacy. Now they've changed it to be Korean themed. Is that actually true? Oh shit. I did do that, right? Yeah, I did do that. You only have a time limit to get the water on them. Yeah, I can't move on a free account. I think this review is going to end up looking really fair, to be honest, because you know how it's going to open. It's going to open with me saying, here are my Guild Wars biases. I have 10,000 hours. Here are my 20,000 hours, 30,000 across the whole fucking franchise. I'm really invested in making Guild Wars look good. And then it's going to be, in Final Fantasy, I'm on a free account, so I have a lot of restrictions. I can't even properly analyze certain stuff. And then it's going to be an hour and a half of me gently wanking off Final Fantasy. You're sure I'm heavily negatively biased on Guild Wars 2? That really upsets me you say that. I think that's true too. Here's my review of the ARR story. I don't remember shit, but I didn't like it very much. I don't know why you keep saying that. That's not true. I remember the overarching shit. What this will be about is like the universe they set up, the people who inhabit it, the main threat that they have, i.e. the Primals, Garlemald, all that. To say I don't remember shit is like so wildly unfair. It's unreal. The worst crime I committed was not paying attention / forgetting wherever I did pay attention. The Crystal Braves arc. And precise bits of minutiae about the Louis Suard shit in the Binding Coils. Which maybe we could replay, I don't know. Oh, chat is really aggravating me today. I'm really, really aggravated. You were surprised the Pope turned out to be evil. Well, yeah, it did. I don't think that means I wasn't following the story well. I think that they were deliberately playing with that tension as it went along. And I was giving respect to the story that they might be going one way or the other. But no, that's the... I don't know what I'm talking about, is it? Oh... I'm going to turn this off in a minute. Yes, I'm well aware that Thornton is made out of red flags. That's precisely why it's an interesting idea to entertain that he's not. If you put a fucking evil villain twiddling his mustache in the room, you're not going to instantly say, oh, he's definitely an evil villain. You don't know how sophisticated the story is. It's obviously, there's obviously the potential there that it might be a red herring. If you're so fucking blind to that, I don't know what to say to you. I guess these are the guys we throw the Sacred Ash on? Yeah, okay. So I think it's the people get tempered, the Amalja get hot, or something. Maybe it's holy water. It doesn't say that exactly, though. Oh, wait, we just kill him first. It's weird, because sometimes... Because if you have the duty finder expanded more, you can actually press the item from the duty finder. And it's a little bit easier. But in my relentless pursuit of culling as much of the UI away as possible, it's not there. And I refuse to expand it. Oh, I had a question as well. Is there a hotkey I can press? You know how in Guild Wars, I can hold down a hotkey to bring the UI back? Can I do a... Is there such a thing as like a hold macro in Final Fantasy? Like I hold the button down, a bunch of UI pops up, and then when I release, it goes away. Does that make sense? Oh, that does exist, does it? Oh, it's a toggle? Ah, see, I'm already using a toggle. See, I was thinking I could do... If I had that potential, I could do like what I have in Guild Wars. Like, I could have the XP come on a little bit more regularly. Oh, Sacred Ash. The other ash is for the lanterns and stuff. Also, why do we still have a blue mark? Oh, blue is fates, obviously. The fact I still have these in my inventory tells me that some of these quests aren't done, even though it's not telegraphing to me the red squares. So instead of missing it like I missed it before. Again, I feel like I'm doing this really slowly and really badly. Oh, there you go. Look, we can even see one over there. How do you do the holding Guild Wars? It's kind of tricky. There's in the general options, it has... oh, God. First, you need to like go to all the drop-down boxes and set up how you want it to look and what you want to cull off. And then there's like a checkbox which says use this certain bind to like bring UI back. I think it's like a combination of two checkboxes, or it's like a checkbox and a weird keybind. It's not very easy to get to, honestly. But you can do it, and that's what I do in my footage all the time. You know, when you see me running around and my mini-map only comes on every now and then, it's because I only turn it on when I want to look at it, you know. And it's because, and the key I use is the tilde key, which I don't know, if you're in the US or you're in mainland Europe or something, I think your keyboard's a bit different. But what is above tab and to the left of the number 1 key for you guys? Like I have num and exclamation mark together, you know, shift 1 or 1. To the left of that, I have an extra button. That's the tilde key for me. I don't know if everyone has that. But yeah, so that's what I do to toggle my UI in Guild Wars. I'm just moving my ring finger up there. And it's very easy to find because it's on the very corner, right? Okay, so you guys have the button. Yeah, well, there you go. So that's what I use. I don't know whether some people use that for skill keybinds. And there you go. So this is what a rep quest is like, a Beast Tribe rep quest. They're not really that fascinating. It's a bit like what we were looking at with Lev quests yesterday, where I feel like... There we go. There's a novelty to it for me, but on this, so I'm a bit more forgiving of it than maybe I should be. But the thing is, I've actually done quite a lot of this already, and the novelty is wearing off a bit on this one. So, I mean, there are 5 beast races and beast tribes, and oh, we just give these incendiary glands, I guess. And one of them's crafting only. I'm only really progressing these guys. I mean, I did a little bit of the sylphs as well. See how I'm recognized with the sylphs? But it's a lot. What I'm actually quite excited about on today's stream is when that hits 360. Oh, whoopsie. You guys will see. I'm going to get a quest. It's a bit like, you know how when you level up, every 5 levels there's a new class quest or whatever? As far as I can tell with the Beast Tribes, every time you get a new rank, you get a new quest for, like, the main story. So I'm looking forward to this, because I'm going to get that now, and I'm going to play it now, and who knows, maybe it'll be fun. I'll be over-leveled for it, but there you have it. It's a shame my Black Mage isn't just a little bit stronger, because then it could cash in on all this XP and stuff. So yeah, let's just keep an eye out. We are 346, so one more quest. There you go. So we're now maxed out. We're 360 out of 360. And so before I cash any more in, I think I'm doing this right, everyone, yeah? We go to this guy, Hamujgar. The Around Reborn Beast Tribes are notoriously more grindy. I mean, when it comes to the review, it's like there's going to be a... I mean, it's grindy, but it's a feature that Guild Wars has no equivalent of, right? I mean, it does have the lesser races, but they're not a feature. They're just a moment in the story, so it's tricky. Fortune is with us, honoured ally. A Brotherhood scout has chanced upon a convocation of our hated foe, the Flame Fangs, and surreptitiously learned of their insidious scheming. They plan to pull the strings of their tempered puppets and orchestrate another kidnapping raid. It is the intelligence provided by these tempered spies that affords the Flame Fangs such a wealth of victims. This cannot be allowed to continue. We must gouge out their hidden eyes and blind them to the movements of their prey. You are no stranger to Little Alamigo, I trust. Though it appears a haven for travellers and merchants, it's naught but a rotting corpse riddled with flame-addled maggots. We're fortunate then that you may walk among them unchallenged. Go to Little Alamigo, honoured ally, and do that which our Amalja soldiers cannot. Root out the tempered and make it a haven. Make of it a haven in truth. There's always some weird, like, linguistic flourish that trips me up in this game. Okay, an eye on the inside. Let's eyeball that over anything else. An eye on the inside. See, it's a blue quest. We will get there. I was thinking of your out-of-combat UI, by the way, that would really work with some expandable hotbars. Yeah, I want to learn that. Like these here on the bottom left, my classes. I think I should have an arrow here, right, on the main hotbar, and I click it, and then the other ones come up. Everyone talks about that constantly in this game, and I feel like I should do it. I would like to do it. I just don't know really where to start. WP, you should check out Genshin. Surprisingly sophisticated storytelling, and one of the villains gave me serious Lissa vibes. Even it recently visited an Asian environment with Inuzuma. Genshin is weird to me because I have no experience with gacha games. In fact, I heard a story about that game. Wasn't it their 1-year anniversary just the other day? And people like went mental because the event wasn't good enough or something. Like that, here's a great example. Really nice lighting. Very pretty here. Don't you guys think? Yeah, I don't know what that's all about. I feel very out of touch when it comes to that. I mean, if anyone wants to talk about that story, let me know. Super highlight my message. Oh, no, that was a while ago. That was 50 minutes ago. Sorry. See, look, that super highlight my message thing's good. I will see it. Because it's going to keep showing it to me for the next blah, 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 however long. I wish I could refute you, but I have had my suspicions. It explains how the Amalja are able to set such well-timed ambushes with spies inside the settlement. It would seem an easy feat to learn the schedules of visiting merchants and the like. Commander, sir, we've just received reports of Amalja kidnappers attacking a caravan of travellers. They're dragging their captors off into Zanrak even as we speak. Again, those damn blasted lizards. This is the 5th time this moon. Most of my troops are still recovering from the last engagement. Sergeant, I need you to assemble a squad and chase down those kidnappers. Take whoever can swing a blade. I'll read your Genshin stuff in a second, guys. Let's do the story here. Care to lend a hand, adventurer? I've naught but a few raw recruits for this mission, and your presence may make all the difference. Pray join my soldiers out in the field as soon as you can. Alright, people rage on Genshin because the anniversary was bad compared to other games. Yeah, so my understanding of that is that, like, gacha games... You've got your whales, right? But then the most of the community are, like, free players who expect freebies at like, anniversaries. Like, they live and breathe for them or something. And, like, it's a big thing with... It's like an unwritten rule in that genre that you give away lots of stuff on an anniversary. So that expectation, it was on Genshin, and it was stingy. So people went mental. But I feel like, is that right? I mean, this is the thing, I'm outside of it, so my take doesn't matter, does it? But it's weird to me. It's like, well, here's my question. Who makes Genshin Impact? I don't even know what the studio is. Did the studio... like, fan the flames? Ooh, our anniversary's coming up. Keep an eye out. Ooh. Did they do that? And then it was, like, really stingy. I sort of get that. But if they were just quiet and then they just did a quiet little thing... I mean, I don't really... The other side of it as well is, I mean, to be honest, it's a huge company that earning insane amounts of money with almost unlimited success, it seems. And their community blew back in their face a bit. It's not like I'm jumping at defending them. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, look, it sucks, but I'm sure they're crying themselves to sleep with all the money in their hands. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really... Wiping their tears with all the money in their hands is what I'm trying to say. Crying themselves to sleep. They're quite the reverse. They're spending all their money on alcohol and passing out. Who are you? Oh, Gilbert sent an adventure to wipe our asses, did he? Well, you're too late. With these soldiers down, his entire unit is in tatters. Wahahaha! All it took was the right word to the right ear, and away they scrambled. It was like the leading lame furbles. Oh my god. It was like leading lame furbles to the slaughter. You're one of the newer recruits. You swore an oath to the immortal flames. I did indeed. An oath? My lord belongs to none other but Lord Ifrit himself, and the Flame Fangs are generous to those who serve well. He's tempered. I can't wait for the main story to start talking about what tempering is a bit more. And whether that little, what was he, oh shit, what's he called? A little gnome thing. It's not a goblin, it's not a gnome. Kobold. Whether the kobold will cure himself eventually. The immortal flames of Little Alamigo are now naught but the walking wounded. The Amalja will be able to raid with abandon, and the soldiers we've captured to this day will make fine additions to the Lord of the Inferno's army. You're still there? You think to punish me? Ah, that's rich. I have allies lingering nearby, and very soon the main company of the Flame Fangs will be arriving to take possession of the spoils. If you lay a hand on me, you'll be making some very powerful enemies. Oh, I'm truly terrified. Yeah, Gabu, that's it. Gabu. I kept wanting to say Ganu. Oh! Commander, avenge us. Look, we're the commander in both games, everybody. You can't be serious. Flame Fangs to me. Okay. Ah, I really wish I was doing this on my Black Mage. Alright, down we go. Speak with the Flame Recruiter. That was it? 3 little trash mobs? Oh, wow. I would have thought they'd do something. Make me fight some drakes, maybe? Hold on. But the icon's still here. Oh, maybe that was not it. I'm getting confused by the other green marker. How did you? Who are you? This was not supposed to happen. They were meant to detain you until the main company arrived. Are any of the Beast Tribe quests fun or like... I can imagine it's just sort of this stuff the whole time. No, you stay away from me. They don't get sections in the... oh my god. They don't get sections in New Game Plus, do they? Oh, who are you? I vaguely remember you. I feel like the review has got to mention this as well. Does it? Is it that important? See, I don't really care. But I feel like other people care. Megan, what in the seven houses going on here? I'm talking, of course, about, like, sexy ladies wearing, like, the skimpiest outfits. It is everywhere in this game. I don't know. I think I have a little bit in the review that says fashion is more moderate and you've got more option in Guild Wars, which I do believe in. It's just, you know, I'm neither offended nor interested. Gahaha! Our net has got some rare fish indeed. The Brotherhood of Ash. They shame the Emoja with their petulant refusal to submit to Lord Ifrit's cleansing fire. They are naught but ghosts of a fading past. So lacking in strength they resort to consorting with the slave races. I love her mask. You are Zagor's Tear. And I know of you as well, Lunga. Such an intriguing costume you wear. Have you enlisted in the army of my people? I do like it when Final Fantasy but deliberately like messes about with it though. Enough games, Lizard Man. What have you done with the captives? Those that proved intractable were slaughtered. The Flame Fangs do not countenance the rebellion of cattle. The rest are as far beyond your reach, unless of course you intend to assault Zarahak itself. Another variant of does the lion consider the opinion of the sheep? Ha ha ha! You civilized people make such endearing squawks and squeals as your hot blood sizzles on the desert sands. Though years have passed, I yet remember your mother and her bleating cries for mercy. Dun dun dun! Hells take you, you bastard! Oh no! Ah, I've never felt such heat. Gahaha! Is this the extent of the resistance I am to face? Is this the vaunted strength and resolve of the Brotherhood? I wield the unquenchable flame of Lord Ifrit himself, and you seek to extinguish them with a thimbleful of spit. Wow. Return to Hamushgar and tell him this. The world has no use for spent ashes. He and his followers shall be scattered before the searing winds of Zanrak's glorious ascension. I like this guy. A thimble of spit against my raging inferno. God, he's so edgy. Is she okay or is she hurt? Where is she? Oh, the sergeant's pant. Leave me, I'm done for. Please make a report. Okay, that's definitely not it. Let's go. Okay, sorry, I haven't looked at chat for ages. What's all this? The ARR ones are not incredible. The Shadowbringers ones are nice. Basically, that cliche of level up more, lose more armor. I mean, the one thing I would say is this, okay? And I'll say this about Guild Wars 2's visual noise and shiny stuff. I find it hard to complain about that when it's clearly what consumers want, by and large. Like, if what sells on the gem store is insanely crazy, bright, flashy shit, that's what people want. If that's what... It's hard for me. If people want to, like, basically look naked, and they clearly do, because they're always popular armor sets, I find it kind of hard to, like, take a stance against that. Like, I understand, like, having a consistent aesthetic, and I understand that, you know, to a certain degree, especially with the nudity thing, there's, like, taste involved, you know, and then there's, like, age ratings and all that stuff. But on the other hand, when it comes to just, like, consumer demand, I sort of don't know who I am to be a hipster in the corner and say, I want everybody to look realistic. I want it to look like a real fantasy setting. The game is wrong for not having a real fantasy setting. I don't know if you can say it's wrong, you know. I don't know whether you're in your place to rebel against that. Because clearly the majority, and clearly the most fanatical, and clearly the most enthusiastic people want shiny, and they want to look skimpy. I mean, that's... And it's hard, you know. I don't know where the argument goes. I get that there are dissatisfied populations. And quite often it's just sort of like, well, you got to sort of... Reality is what it is, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say or think about that very often. I mean, there's a thing that, like, people just want to look good. You know, I think when you look at, like, naked or nearly naked women in MMOs, when it's, like, player armor, people always think of, like, some greasy, sweaty, fat guy in his basement, and he's playing, like, this gorgeous babe that's not wearing anything. And people, that's, like, the stereotype, but that's not always true. People just want to look good. Like, when I made this character... I didn't make him big and fat and sweetie and greasy and sweaty. I made him look within a certain ballpark of attractiveness because I want to look good. And that's the same for anyone playing. You know, if you're a girl playing the MMO, you might not want to play someone that looks unattractive, and then sexuality comes into that at a certain point. You want to play with well-fitting clothes. You want to... And for some people, that means looking skimpy, you know. So I don't even think the stereotype that everyone doing that is just like a loser. I don't think that's true either. I think there's just a sincere desire to feel like you look good. No matter who you are or what you're doing in the game, you just want to look good. And sometimes your impression of looking good is like really tasteless, kind of slutty, gross-looking stuff to other people. I mean, you know, we're animals, right? People are animals. So I don't know. I don't know whether there's any pedestal anyone can stand against on that. Am I wrong? Oh, my men are killed! Back to this story. Well, it's killed or taken. The lizard men wanted more than merchants. They were after the immortal flames from the very beginning. And I, but all bloody served them up on a silver platter. I beg of you, adventurers, save the soldiers that yet live from a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can do to salvage the tatters of my command. Okay. You know, because there's like an immersion story there as well, right? Like, I don't like overly shiny stuff, and I don't like overly skimpy stuff when I want to feel really immersed and when I want to feel, you know, like totally in the zone with the product. But not everyone wants to do that. Not everyone values immersion that highly. Not everyone's full-on role-playing, right? So, again, that's like a mismatch of, like, what people want from the product and what they expect the product to do for them. And is it wrong? Is it wrong that I'm not so attached to your fantasy world I have to be 100% immersed all the time? I don't think that's wrong. I'm just maybe a little bit more casual about the fact that I know I'm playing a video game, you know? Maybe I'm trying to squeeze in a dungeon while I've got dinner on, and I'm not thinking about being immersed. And that's my general mindset every time I log in, so I don't care if I look stupidly shiny. And then you have ego. I mean, that's where I come into this. If no one else looked ridiculously shiny, and I had the choice to look ridiculously shiny, completely in the face of all immersion and all aesthetics, if I can make myself look like a glowing sun of extreme stuff and no one else got to do it, I would do it. I would do it because I'd want to stand out and I'd want to look a cut above everyone else. Ego. I want to be special. I want to be better than those other people and look it. So I would do it, and I would throw everything else about the game in the bin for my own vanity. That's what I would do, and I think that's what a lot of people do to a certain degree as well. The only reason I don't still dry shiny in Guild Wars is because I know it's not special now, and I don't value legendaries, blah, 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 blah. But am I wrong? I mean, I'm self-centered, right? But am I wrong? Or is it just people's nature? I thank you for the report, Honoured Ally. This Zagor's tear you encountered is the fetid maw that drives the Flame Fangs. His sole purpose is to bolster the numbers of Tempered. Each new fire-seared slave feeds the inferno of their god's powers, and in turn, the flames of Ifrit's altar blesses the zealots of Zanrak with unholy strength. The miserable sparks of their ambition must be stamped out. Go, Honoured Ally, and break the captives free of their cages. Slay the jailers in the encampment and liberate the keys. Okay. Off we go again. An eye on the inside. I get more PMs about my looks when I wear dungeon vigil stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's like turned on its head now. If you want to feel special and you want to look good, in Guild Wars this is, you've got to actually find good fashion. You've actually got to be smart. You've got to, like, look good. And then you get people looking at you. Just bombing on flame-kissed armor with a ghostly infusion and, you know, the latest Black Lion Trading Company weapon skin doesn't really draw the eye anymore, I think, in that game. And and that's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Isn't that a weird thing? Because that's almost like now the prestige is with the small. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to be profound, but I'm saying bullshit like the prestige is with the small. You get what I mean though, right? Right? People know what I mean. I hope. I'm really sorry. I'm not looking at chat very well here. A hype train is close. Oh, I had a sub. Thank you. I'm glad I didn't rage quit 2 minutes ago. Tonks, thank you for the sub. And Software Rear, thank you for the sub as well. That's pretty gross, WP. Wait, which bit? The thing about vanity? I mean, it's true. It's true, I think. I got a huge con for the list. Final Fantasy characters don't have nipples. People resort to downloading nipple mods. Wait, do they really not have nipples in this game? Well, I can understand there wouldn't be any female nipples, but men don't have nipples. Really? Well, I mean, I don't... Is that a pro or a con? Is that really a point of comparison? That sounds like a joke comparison, really, to me. I mean, there's not anything serious to say about that, is there? That seems a bit weird to me, but I mean... What is it? They culturally find male nipples just as offensive as female nipples? Are they sexualized in the Far East? I don't know. In East Asia? Or specifically among Square Enix? You gotta save polygons somewhere. Well, that's the thing. Are the nipples modeled, or are they just not textured? I swear I've seen nipples on men in other Final Fantasy games. Doesn't Waka have nipples? I'm picturing Waka right now, and I think I see a nipple there. I'm picturing Waka on the beach, and he's got his shirt off, and he's glistening with sweat, and he's got nipples. I'm sure he does. Is it just an MMO thing? Hello, newcomer. Are we talking about nipples today? There's some crazy stuff going on with Blizzard at the moment, isn't there? I heard that a Hearthstone card named after... There was... I think it's... There's a joke in Ace Ventura that's like... It looks very transphobic today. Like, the joke is... I can't even remember. I think it's like there's some hot babe in the movie and the guy's making out with her and she's like, I used to be a man. And then everyone like starts vomiting. And this was like really funny in the 90s. And that character is a Hearthstone card or something. So like Blizzard didn't... I don't think it's fair to accuse Blizzard of transphobia for having a card that vaguely alludes to a character in Ace Ventura. But that's what they did. And they're on some like purge at the moment. They're like getting rid of all that stuff. They're like proper having a meltdown. They're like getting rid of everything. Well, meltdown might not be the right word, but apparently across all their games, there's a lot of shit that's changing because of their big lawsuit or whatever. Yeah, Finkel Einhorn, that's it. Is that it? In the Ace Ventura character's called Einhorn? I mean, I'm out of my depth on this. I don't really know, but I did see a little post about that last night. As far as I know, it was all sparked by some real controversy with like people were being treated like shit at the company, right? And now as like an apology, they're making changes like that across their games. I don't really know what the story is. Okay, so we have we've dealt with the spies. Hamujga. I like his name a lot. The fruit bowl change was a good meme. What's the fruit bowl change? You have dealt our foe a crippling blow, mighty ally. My warrior's blood sings at the thought of confusion and devastation you have brought to Zarahak. Loongar, be still. What enrages you so? You know damn well what? That was the animal that savaged my mother. I'll tear out his heart and string him up by his entrails. Know yourself, young warrior. Oh, I remember her. I remember her. When I first met this beast tribe, she like came in. You are not yet ready to face the likes of Zagoz Ter. Should you confront your enemy now, you'll die a whimpering cur's death. What are you saying, War Leader? She's like an honorary member of the tribe, like me. Is it because I'm Makote? Will I forever be too weak to match the Amalja's strength? I'm Makote, and I'm kicking everyone's ass, man. Don't you worry about that. Foolish child, I say only you lack martial wisdom. You imagine slights where none exist. War Leader, Lungar's kin must be avenged. I shall fight at her side. Let us rouse the Brotherhood and smash this flame-fanged snake once and for all. No. Against their assembled ranks, we would but invite our own destruction. Lungar, this is a blood vendetta. None may aid you in its resolution. Only through the glory of victory shall the shame of your defeat be expunged. If you've the spirit to rail and curse, then use it to build your strength, for strength is all that will aid you now. Bah! Sands take you all, she says. Yeah, they have kind of just abandoned her, but maybe it is too dangerous. It is said that the drake will drop its own offspring into a ravine to watch it claw its way up. So it is with the Amalja. Wow. Oh, and the story continues next time. Oh, I actually really like that. Reputation up. So this is Kill Bill. She's on a quest for revenge. You bet your ash. So I'm now friendly. What does this do for me now that I'm friendly? Do I get, like, better loot and stuff? When can I buy the mount? Does anyone know? Beastmen currency. Promissory notes from each beast tribe can be exchanged. How much do I have? Tribal. I have none. Currency exchange. I have no items for sale. Should change my daily quest too. Oh yeah, you can like do them back to back, can't you? Yeah. Oh, here. So I trade these for the currency. Raisin brown dye. Why does the tooltip look yellow? For raisin brown. Okay. Oh, there's a song. I'm not sure how this works. Let's cash these in. So hold on. I'm having a beast of a time. I got an achievement there. So I'm getting ventures each time. That's where these ventures have been coming from. Those ventures you saw me get before, they're definitely from this. This feels a bit Guild Warsy. There's a lot of currencies going on here. Right, and then I get a bunch more. Oh, I get new ones from this person. I see. Alright, let me have a look at chat here. I've missed way too much in chat doing that. Did anyone answer the fruit thing? The Ram Reborn has plenty of faults. Takes a long ass time to get into gear, and the type of padding it has was very weird and tedious. But I have recently replayed, like before they cut the content out, and I don't think it's as bad as people describe it to be. And I haven't felt alienated when I first picked up during Stormblood, but it's all personal preference. I think that's fair. I honestly did have an awful time in A Realm Reborn. I was godsmacked how bad it was. That was my take coming to it from Guild Wars. I mean, if it gets so bad that I'm skimming quest text, if it's been that boring and that long and that tedious, I feel like... And, it's not like I was being lazy about it or trying to be lazy about it. I really tried for hours and hours and hours to really, take everything in, because I really, really wanted to do the game credit. And it was just so... It was like, this is just going to be... Like, you can definitely skim this and get the gist of what's going on. And then end up missing stuff, you know? Reminds you of rep points in Guild Wars 1. Yeah, it's a lot like that, I would say. I think that's a really fair comparison you just gave there. What's this thing? Is that where, is that the field of Cartano over there? You need to be trusted, which is the next rank for the mount. Oh, okay, so at 510 I get the next one? Okay, that's cool. And I can get a whole bunch more. But you only get, so there's a maximum number you can do every day, just like how Lev quests had a cap. But this cap actually matters. It means that this really is a bit of a daily thing. So guys, that's what I do for my daily. Is there anything else that people think I should be doing each day? I know that this stream's ended up 3 hours now, and you might not have been here when it started. So I did my roulettes. I came here and did this. We can go and have a look at that Squadron thing. Aside from that, that's all I really do every day. I think, anyway. Oh, the Gold Saucer scratch tickets. That's a good point. I can't buy the car unless I do the Noctis quest, right? Can anyone tell me, I'm sure Rocker, if he's in chat, would love to tell me, how long till the Noctis quest ends? There aren't many dailies unless you're gearing up endgame, which is just roulettes for books. Everything is very, very optional. Or is there anything optional that I should be having fun with? Could be having fun with. Let me phrase it that way. Okay, they all came back. The mission was a success. Hooray, my palicos. This genuinely just makes me want to play Monster Hunter World again. You can buy it without doing the quests. Can I now? Can I really? The car should be available at 200 casino currency at the vendor. Okay, it sounds like we're going back to the Gold Saucer, everybody. And I'm going to try to not get... I'm going to spend my excess money on triple triad cards as well. The event ends on the 18th. Sam says you should do it. You cannot buy it without the quest. So I need to collect the quest, but I don't need to finish the quest. Did I play the Behemoth crossover? No, I didn't. I think that's a Stormblood thing, isn't it? Now that's a mind blow to me as well, guys. I don't know if any of you guys played Monster Hunter World, but I remember Monster Hunter World as being like a really recent experience for me, like a game I played very, 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 very recently. But that was a Stormblood event. When they did the crossover, that was Final Fantasy Stormblood. That's a whole expansion away. Compared to like Guild Wars' speed, it's crazy to me how much shit this game's getting and how fast. They're on the cusp of Endwalker right now. They're on the cusp of Endwalker. And somehow there's a whole expansion before that. And then it's Stormblood Monster Hunter World. I mean, that's crazy to me. Oh, sorry, Rathalos. Well, still. Oh! Yeah. We're talking about the same thing. It's Rathalos went to this game. Behemoth went to Monster Hunter World. Yeah, I did do Behemoth. I did do that, yeah. Okay, a small success. Very cool, very cool. Very cool. Okay, each mission can be completed once a week. Sorry, is that each type of mission? Okay, let's talk about training, okay. Once the game's got you hooked and invested in not just the story, but the world and the intricacies, ARR feels a lot better. It's still slow, but then it's a slow build-up. No, I can see that, yeah. I think once you acclimate to how slow it all is, I think you're right. And, for example, if I made a new character, I think I would really enjoy the character creator the second time through. I think I'd really love reading about all the gods. And when I'm in the car and I see Alice and Alphino with me, I think I'd really enjoy it. Because they're not just randoms that I don't know anything, whether they matter or whatever. I think I would really like it. Because now it's like when I look at Thancred for the first time, I'm like, oh, I know his story. I know who he is. It like means something. The first playthrough, it's just so hollow and just... all you have to judge Thancred on is the lines that you've been given, and they're of so little substance and so on. Okay, WP, I must correct myself. You need to do the Noctis quest. Okay. Is the Noctis quest hard? How long does it take? Should I try it on this stream? Okay, he's just blah blah blahing at me. The problem is, if I do the Noctis quest, I'm gonna be too low energy to write the review tonight. It's not hard, it's easy, it's short, it's like 30 minutes. Someone said it was an hour yesterday. Alright, if it's only 30 minutes... oh, someone else says it takes an hour. Ready to begin the Squadron's training? I think you'll find the course names are fairly self-explanatory. Okay, each training course takes an hour to do. What do you guys think of my group, by the way? Do you like them? Oh my god, what is all of this? How do we want to train them? So they have 3 stats. Strength, health, loot. You've got a Lalafell, so thumbs up from me. Oh, I do have a Lalafell. She's an archer. Is this all purely random? Or he? He might be a he. You don't have many options for your group yet. Just do the 3,000 experience one until you have access to missions. Then you can tailor the training. Where am I reading the 3,000 XP? This is just allowing me to redistribute stats. Oh, okay. So, enlistment. We'll enlist them. Oh, no, this is another person. Cone Breeder. He's a Rogadin gladiator. Do I want to keep enlisting people? Oh. No, I don't want to postpone. I might like you. I don't know just yet. You have 3 Lalafell, different classes though. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I should do like a pure Lalafell squad. Or a pure... can I do a pure Hrothgar squad? And be a Hrothgar myself? Can I do that? I can. Ah! Oh, can I name them? Can I call them the... Shit. I know what I want to call them. Hold on. I am not forgetting this. The Ronso Fangs. That's it. Finally. Can I call them the Ronso Fangs? What were the data mined Blitzball teams? There were 2 data mined Blitzball teams, weren't they? I can't remember what they were. It was like the Bavel Blitz or something. The wiki I'm on is not good enough. The wiki I'm on hasn't got it for me. I think there was like a Hypello team, wasn't there? Oh my god. They should put Hypello in this game. Oh, this is the Hypello quest. Oh, I would read all of that for hours on end. Right, is this all buff? Hell yeah. It's in chat. You confuse Hrothgar with Rogadin? Yeah, Hrothgar are like hairy. Rogadin are like Frankenstein. I had them confused for a long time too. That's how I know it now. How often do they add new races? That's where I was thankful to know just the slightest bit about ARR and its characters beforehand. It helped me to know which characters are important. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I've just gone off on a fun little distraction about 10. Should we do the comprehensive course? Go. Regimen begun. This mission will test us to our limits. Someone said do the 3,000 XP one, but they all give way, way, way more. I can get a manual as a reward from this one. Sorry, that means you can't get a Hrothgar squad. They never expanded on it when they added new races. Oh, really? Oh, so close. Nearly always with this game, I've been impressed. And they're like, oh yeah, they have expanded. They added new races. Yeah, male Vieira is going to be weird because they do not exist in either lists. If I remember rightly, anyway. They don't seem to do new races on regular intervals. Heaven's Ward had one. Shadowbringers. Stormblood didn't. Shadowbringers had 2, but they were gender locked. Endwalker is just new genders to what was previously female only. Yeah, that is weird. Oh, what should they add? There's so many cool Final Fantasy races they could add. It's a bit lame they went with Vieira, really, isn't it? I mean, well, people like the sort of... Because we've already got, like, animal breeds, you know. Bunny Girl is very similar to Cat Girl. I mean, people are going to be mad at me for saying that, but I feel like we're in the same archetype, aren't we? We're in the same ballpark. Now, what's a Hypello like? Huh? Vieira was heavily demanded. Oh, well, I can't argue with that, can I? You want the Moogles from FF12 as a race? I don't remember. How are the Moogles from 12 distinct to the Moogles in this game? Moogles in this game are like elementals. They're very like fancy and carefree, right? That's so far all I've known. The Moogles in 12 are like smart as fuck. They like build airships and shit. My favourite Moogles in 12 are all the ones in Bujerba that are just like casually hanging out on the handrails and like humming around and stuff. Oh, you mean visually there's a difference, is there? They're a little more humanoid. I'd have to have a look at that. You was really hoping the Moon Bunny Beast Tribe were going to be the male Vieira? So male Vieira living on the moon? The dev said adding races are hard, but they have added 3. Yeah, you love their little engineers. Yeah, that's what I think I like about them a lot. Yeah. They're kind of like what Lalafell are in this game. Lalafell in this game, like, their outward appearance, they're, like, really cute or whatever. But you speak to them, and they, you know, they're prickly, and they're, you know, they're everything that you'd expect from a mature kind of adult, you know, with a discerning mind. And I think that's what Moogles felt like to me in 12. It's like their outward appearance completely disrespects the kind of creature you're speaking with. And I like that. God, I gotta get back to my 12 LP. Right, anyway. Can I even deploy? I'll just do a level 1 deploy. Let's send them to the outskirts. This mission will test the squadron to its limits. Oh, but they're training. Shit. So generally speaking, should I train or should I send them out? Oh, they're doing sit-ups. Did I make them do this? Oi! You should be training. It's not very brave. You're being lazy. Nanasomi. Might give Nanasomi the boot. Not impressed with that. I'm the manager. I'll be coming back and looking at you later. She's meditating. You can peep the required stats from the right side. Missions take 18 hours. That panel you clicked on is a 1-hour thing. You can properly do both. Okay, that's brilliant. No, don't worry about copy pasting. That's brilliant. Okay, so what we do is the Noctis quest, and then we come back, we send them out on that daily, and then I'm done. And this stream is only twice as long as I thought it was going to be at that point. Right, so Noct is in Thanalan, isn't he? Somewhere? I can't remember what map he was on. I think he was here somewhere. I'm going to go to Horizon and have a peek around. Noctis quest is behind me. Hey? I'm sure the blue quest is in Thanalan. He's southeast of the main aetheryte in the city. A man in black. Oh. Okay. I definitely saw him with a blue marker the other day, though. Didn't I? I must be inventing that in my mind. Is it you? Hello? Oh, there it is. The Lucian Prince's fingerless glove. Lucian. So I have not Let's Played or talked much about 15, but I played it very recently. I started 14. Well, okay. When 15 came out in like 2017, I played it for like 6 hours. Stopped. I know. Sue me. Stopped. Years go by. Kerry plays it. She loves it. She tells me she wants me to play it as well. So I do a playthrough with her. I quit that playthrough. This was last year. I quit that playthrough after Noctis starts getting the headaches. After Titan. And it was sort of near the Rock of Ravito. I sort of stopped there. So I got a good chunk through. I was on like chapter 5 or something. Stopped. Move forward. Started playing 14, this MMO. I started playing this MMO in February. Stopped this MMO like after a month or two. And in that gap, this summer, just a couple of months ago, I went back to 15 and played it with Kerry the whole way through. I beat 15 very recently. 15 is very raw in my mind. And it's a lot to talk about, so I've sort of side-skirted it a lot. But this is a crossover. I actually, in my 15 file right now, I'm at a... this is no joke, I swear to God. At my 15 file, I'm at a barn with a fat chocobo, which is the MMO's quest. Basically, the MMO got a quest themed out of the game, and the game got a quest themed out of the MMO. So I'm like literally standing there at a fat chocobo, which is like squashing some woman, and it's like got Final Fantasy, the MMO UI and stuff on it. But I didn't beat that quest. So this is like really weird for me, because I'm like both sides of the crossover at once, essentially. I mean, I haven't turned on 15 for about a month now, so, but hey. All right. Hell, I could stream it for you all right now. Except I should be doing the review. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. What's going on? A rumour's been making rounds. No few travellers passing through Thanalan report seeing an unusual black vehicle. Do you know anything? No? Well, let me tell you then. There is growing concern that they might be of some unknown type of Garlean weaponry, why even the good people of Garland Ironworks have been called upon to investigate. This promises to be a most compelling story, and I intend to be the first reporter to tell it. But in order to do that, I require the contribution of good folk such as yourself. Lest you wonder, the black vehicle was most recently sighted near Black Brush in central Thanalan. Should you come into any information, I ask that you bring me word without delay. Oh my god. Okay, so that's the 15 logo. The first half of it. In that game, when you beat the game, the logo expands. And it's very pretty. You realise it's Luna Freya leaning on Noctis's shoulder at the throne. I'll try not to spoil things too much. And night turns to day. The man in black. So let's eyeball it. Okay. So let's go. So I don't know, how does this work in the lore? Do they just hand wave it? 15 and 13 are both messes. Oh, I genuinely think Final Fantasy 15 is one of the most broken, half-realized games I've ever seen. And it's devastating, because what they were going for is so fucking good. It is so cool. It is so well presented. It's got such a cool combat system. It's got such likable and intriguing characters. It's got such an amazing world and setting. It's got such incredible plot beats. And maybe a fifth of it maybe makes it in the game. Like, their evil empire in that game, the whole arc of what happens to them is ultimately... You can feel it with that game. As my 12 playthrough goes through, you'll see a similar thing, but it's not as bad. But you can feel it in that game when it's like, fuck, we just got to get it out. We don't have any time or money. We've just got to get it out. And there's like... You're like a third of the way through the story, and then you're just going to be on... and it's like an open world, like really good experience. And then it's just basically running down a corridor for the rest of the game. And it's just story beat, story beat, story beat. And huge amounts of world building and stuff that's supposed to happen just happens off screen. And then you'll like have unvoice acted dialogue with like a random in an NPC that will explain like the entire fall of the evil empire and why it happened. And you don't see any of it or interact with any of it. And you might think, oh, that's interesting. They're doing that for narrative reasons. They're not. They're doing it because they ran out of money and there's no time to do anything anymore. And you're like moving along and they've clearly like prepaid for all these amazing pre-rendered cutscenes all the time, but then there's no gameplay to like link them, so you'll just play like 5 minutes of the game and you're on a train and suddenly like, there's this epic incredible cutscene going on, and then it's like you'll go to a town that you've been hearing about for ages and ages and ages. There's been loads of stuff, and you go to the town, except you don't go to the town, you go to the train station and a tiny little road, and that's it. And you like glimpse at the town. It's so sad, guys. It is fucking brutal, that game. It's heartbreaking. I genuinely think that could be the best RPG I've ever played if it had been made. Do you know what? I feel like being a game developer is the worst thing in the world, because imagine pouring your heart and soul into that fucking project. Imagine crafting all of that. Imagine and the imagination that you have and the passion you have for it, and you know you've got the fucking greatest thing ever, and then it just... Oh, God. And then imagine having to do press for it. Yeah, I really believe in this game, which is a husk of what it should be. I really believe in it. Please give me your $50 so this doesn't destroy our company. It's the worst thing, man. I mean, crazy. All right, anyway, so let's speak to Noctis. Just my luck to have a breakdown in the middle of nowhere. What is this place anyway? He's actually very similarly rendered here to how he is in the other game. It looks worse, obviously, a little bit, but... Thanalan, Eorzea, that's on no map I've ever seen. I can't do his voice, guys. I'm not sure how I got here. I'll Prompto and Ignis and stuff in this. And I have no idea where I need to go. But I'm going nowhere at this rate. Isn't there anyone around here who can fix cars? So, please tell... How is the law? What is this? Is he a primal? Did someone in Eorzea play Final Fantasy 15 as a video game and now he's dreamt it into existence? Seriously? Man, what a relief. Okay. Anyway, might as well keep pushing her along. Hey, mind if you give me a hand? She's heavier than she looks. Oh my god, we're listening to the Hammerhead music. Sorry, let me turn up my PC. We're listening to the Hammerhead music. What's your name, by the way? This is from the 15 soundtrack, guys. Well, howdy all, I'm Cindy. See anything you like? See anything you like? See anything? She says that when you're customizing your car. She just says that over and over and over again. Appreciate the help, Macon. My name's Noctis, but you can call me Noct, because we're best of buddies. And now that we're introduced, let's put our backs into this. Talk about deja vu. Unbelievable. So this is how the game starts. With us pushing the car. Oh, this is good. I ran out of fuel constantly on my playthrough, and Kerry was always saying, I never ran out of fuel. I always just filled up the tank. Why can't you just fill up the tank? I was always messing it up. Okay. Oh my god, and it's Sid's Ironworks. We're going to Sid's shop again. This is cool. Oh, if it isn't Master Macon, says the Ironworks hand. Is this going to be Cindy? No. Is it an equivalent of Cindy? Oh, hello. This is hilarious when you're a Lalafell. Oh, the Lalafell pushing the car? Yeah, that sounds pretty funny to me. By the gods, she's magnificent. Such elegance, such refinement. Is it going to fly? Oh, it will fly. Of course it will. It's going to be the top tier version of it, isn't it? As you may have heard, we were tasked by the Alliance with investigating the mystery vehicle. Can I customize it? I probably can't, right? Master Sid himself should be close. If you'll excuse me a moment, I'll direct him. I'll direct him hither. You love the song? I mean, you should play 15. It's full of... See, 15's so weird. I don't know whether I can actually recommend it to anyone. You know what there should be? There should be a novelization of 15. There should be a novel. Actually, probably even a novel series, I'd say, but I won't push my luck. Someone should just do a novelization of it. Like, I remember, like, playing Halo 1 and seeing there was a novel of that, like a novelization of it. And it's like, well, it's such a simple story. Does it really need a book? I'll tell you, a game that can't quite be what it wants to be, that deserves a book more than anything else, I think. There is one. Oh, and there's an anime. They split all the world building across, like, 5 different mediums. Yeah, I do know there's the movie, and then... I mean, the game's so fucked up, because there's... for 15... There's like crucial, the main character, Noctis, the guy you see on screen, the guy with the black hair. He, when he's a kid, is in a wheelchair, right? And he's in a wheelchair because he got attacked by a demon who incapacitated him. And there's a whole story about how he gets out of the wheelchair as well. And that's all alluded to in the game, but is absolutely irrelevant for the game and is absolutely unexplained by the game. And the only way you actually get the story of that is if you played a demo thing for 15 that was only on the PlayStation Network for like half a year and then got deleted from the PlayStation Network. So it's literally lost media. It's complete abandonware. I don't know whether anyone has a YouTube playthrough of it or what, but it divulges story information you will not get anywhere else. I think it's the full wheelchair story, or it's some like fact of their history like that. That's like, and that's what that game's like. It's like there's a bit in an anime, there's a bit in a movie, there's a bit in, I didn't know about the book. And it's a mess. It's a mess for a lot of reasons. But you can see what they wanted. Oh, and what they wanted was good. $15 with a guide to show you when to play the DLCs. Oh yeah, and then there's all the DLCs which they did afterwards, which was they were like scrambling to find a monetizable way to get the rest of the story in. Like the main antagonist of that game, he's called Arden. He's quite boring, really, and he's pretty black and white feeling in the main game, but he has his own DLC, which really rounds him out, and you just feel bad for the guy by the end of it, and you're like, your brother's a dickhead. Like, it's really good, but it's like, the DLCs weren't integrated into the story. You've kind of got to, like, go to the menu, and you've got to know what order to do them. There's, like, a terrible bit in the game where one of your companions, he's called Gladiolus, he, like, randomly gets a massive chip on his shoulder with you for no reason. And he just says, all right, I'm going to leave. And you don't really have an argument or anything. And then he comes back, and everyone's talking as though you've had a big argument when you haven't really, and you don't know why. And then later, he gets a random chip on his shoulder again. And it's just weird. It just doesn't work. And then there's, like, a DLC that shows his little adventure in the meantime. It's such a shame, because it's like, there's obviously a beat that they were going for there, but it just doesn't work. I mean, and the game's full of, like, fragmented, that's a brilliant word for it, fragmented little moments like that. And it's just so sad. It does some amazing stuff, though, as well. I mean, I won't spoil it, I suppose, but the blindness stuff, you guys know what I'm talking about? The whole thing about the blindness stuff is really good. And like how that keys into the gameplay later as well, where you're standing around, waiting around constantly, but you feel bad. It's very, I mean, there's some genius shit in that game. So this is a machine. At a glance, doesn't appear to be a Regalian make. The young fellow there, I take it he's the owner? I think the whole concept for the game is flawed. Bros on a road trip, like, oh brother, don't get me started. Zero interesting female characters. Sponsored by camping equipment. I mean, yeah, there's kind of a thing about that. The road trip thing, though, it clearly wasn't that, though. It's clearly, it became that because that's all they had time to develop. But it's clearly the first act is bros on a road trip. And it's there to be a high to contrast with when things properly go to shit later. And they really do. We're talking about a universe with perpetual darkness. Like, it is extremely grim and dark and sad, that game. But it's so fun and happy and relatable. Like, first world happy, relatable, like, at the start. I think the road trip thing to set off a broader story is brilliant. It's really good. But then the later stuff is just rushed through. And then at the last hour, they realize they don't have enough gameplay, so they have a hideously long dungeon in there. What's it called? The Fortress of... Oh, I can't remember what it's called. Mighty B lost his memories like I did. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Now, if you're done talking about me, you're Sid, right? Not quite the Sid I was expecting, but you can fix the Regalia, and then it's all good. Dude, he's met multiple Sids. I'll be honest with you, this technology I'm unfamiliar with. I can't make any promises, but I will try my best. Appreciate it. There's just one little problem. I don't have any money. Never you mind that. To be able to work on a unique machine like such as this is its own reward. Seriously? You're a lifesaver. Well, they actually write him like Noct. Him saying, seriously? You're a lifesaver? That's how Noct speaks. Oh, and Macon, I trust you also heard about the mechanical soldiers. We're tasked with investigating them as well. By all accounts, they appear to be simply men, albeit armoured head to toe and bearing advanced firearms. What betrays them is the unnatural efficiency with which they move. Sounds like MTs to me. MTs? Magitech troopers, robotic soldiers created by the Niflheim Empire. How deep do they go with this? What is this? So Niflheim is the evil Empire analog in his world. Come to think of it, the last thing I remember is being at a NIF base. It's kind of hazy, but there was a strange machine. And before I knew it, I was here, in this place you're calling Eorzea. That's quite an unusual tale. But then again, I'm of the presence of unusual technology. I have no reason to doubt your words. You may have inadvertently activated a teleportation device and been sent to our world. At any rate, you seem to have become acquainted with these mechanical soldiers. Perhaps you could investigate in our stead? They were most recently sighted near the Unholy Air, not far to the east of it. Can I just ask? Let's get out of this cutscene first. If they really are MTs, they might hold some cute clue on how to return home. Alright, leave it to me. Alright. Can I just ask? Oh, we're still in the cutscene. Wait! It wouldn't do to leave our visitor wander a strange land alone. Could you accompany him, Macon? Rest assured, I'll tend to the Regalia in the meantime. Alright guys, you said this would take half an hour. It's already been half an hour. That's definitely your fault. You should have anticipated that I'd read all the dialogue, and you should have anticipated that I'd go for a quick review of an entirely separate game in that space of time. I think you're being very unfair to me. Okay, no, my question is, in 14, side quests are like non-canon, right? Did I play the 14 things in 15? No, I've seen the Fat Chocobo, but that's it. Is it not canon? It's canon. So these two, it's the same so Noct really did travel here, did he? Hello. Yeah, let's do it. So the 14 lore is the 15 lore. They've actually bridged the stories. No, that can't be right, guys, because they've done a Monster Hunter crossover as well. You're going to tell me the world of Monster Hunter is the same? Oh my god, they are straight up MTs. Soft canon. I like that description. Wait, am I synced? No, I'm not synced. What buttons do I have? Oh, it's level 50 content in the starter map. Who has the most AoEs in this game? Or the most enjoyable AoEs? Like, I feel pretty good. I have an AoE and an OGCD AoE based on mana. So, while I have a lot of mana and I can Flood of Darkness a lot and I can Unleash a lot, I can spam a lot of them around. Who get? Oh my god! The MAX. Oh, but the combat system in this game is not as good. I don't get to blindside him. I don't get to tell Gladiolus to Dawnhammer him. I don't get to regroup with Ignis. I don't get to Warp Strike with Ragnarok over and over. Actually, what is Noct doing? Is he Warp Striking? Dancer AoEs are really fun? Okay. Oh my god, the low DPS of a tank right now, I'm feeling it. So this got added when? Is this a Path of... This is a Stormblood event, right? Path of Fire. I'm such a Guild Wars nerd. This is, This is when 15 actually came out, right? So... A few years ago back now. The Nier stuff is canon and the Nier universe, so everything seems pretty minimal stretch to me. Well, I've never played Nier Automata, so... Oh, sorry. Do you want me to get aggro? Sorry, I'll provoke it. Yeah, I'll put on stance. I'll provoke it. I'll actually do my job. It's late, Stormblood. Stormblood. Because they've given up on 15 now. They didn't even finish all the DLCs. They didn't even get all the DLCs done. Something Kerry is unending. So this can't be that new. Oh, I'm going all over the place here, but I want to ask you guys in chat as well. What do you guys think about 16? Have you guys seen the trailer for 16? It looks like they're going back to traditional fantasy, politics. Feels like Game of Thrones, really, to me, as I watch it. high houses. And as said before, it's the Heaven's Ward writing team on that. It's Heaven's Ward the game. Oh, I should eat a Giselle Green. Not eat a Chocobo, but eat a Giselle Green. Get in there, Garnet. Oh, it's dead. Wait at the designated location. You need to see gameplay. It took me a really long time to enjoy the action combat Kingdom Hearts style gameplay that they did in 15, but I did eventually really like it. I did eventually really come to terms with it. So, I don't know. Maybe 16 they'll go for it. Do you know what I want? I want to ride my black Chocobo while I watch Garnet fly alongside me. I don't want Garnet to despawn. I want him to fly alongside me. %, fewer leather jackets and shiny buckles, so I'm into it. Oh, you don't like the modern vibe? It's quite interesting. I would say 13 was very futuristic. Versus 13, also known as 15, is like modern fantasy. With obviously some sci-fi and fantasy elements, but it's kind of modern. And then this game is like, you know, classic, sort of a little bit older. It's like they did the 3. But I couldn't find any clues and I might get crossed back. Gah, what am I supposed to do now? Let's consult Sid. I feel like this is bad footage for the review because this is a crossover with another Final Fantasy. It's just going to complicate things. The old Guardian, well, he sure seems to know his stuff. We're coming along, right? So let's go check in on the Regalia. Compare crossovers. Alright, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're very early in our adventure. Here's what I've done. World of Warcraft Classic versus Guild Wars 1. That's it. That's where we are. That's it. That's where we are. So how fared you? You able to get the mechanical soldiers? Morning, Teddy. You fought them, so the rumors were true. That being the case, I would very much like to examine the technology with my own eyes. This is all 15 soundtrack, guys, all of it. Should I turn it up even more so you can hear? I have to ask a favour, Macon. Something. Ahem, Master Macon, may I ask that you bring said part side of myself and my colleagues? We will pass them along to the Chief after he's completed his long list of outstanding tasks. Oh god, are you guys talking about the Moogle timeline? Moogle? The Zelda timeline. Don't worry, she's in a safe place. Her report came sniffing around while you were away, so I decided to move her into the dispatch yard that we might carry out the repairs undisturbed. I'm pleased to say I was able to identify the problem, and I believe it can be fixed. However, it may take some time to fashion the replacement part. I see, well that's good to know. You must be the mystery man. Do you think they set this in Thanalan because it feels kind of like the vibes of the start of 15 as well? Oh, I'm no fashion correspondent, but I like your look. A simple silhouette with an emphasis on the details. What's the deal with you? Ah, where are my manners? I'm Kip here. I'm the reporter for the Raven at your service. You are the owner of the mysterious black vehicle, yes? What, you mean the Regalia? I beg your pardon? Regalia? Ah, so that's what she called it. She's nothing anyone's ever seen in Eorzea. May I ask where you hail from and how you came to be here? I was far away. I was on a journey. We were fighting, then suddenly I was here. I really need you to find my way back. There's so much I have to do. A mysterious young man, come from another world, desperately seeking a way home. A promising premise. Now then, may I ask what manner of journey you were on? Well, I was traveling with my friends. We were on our way to meet someone important to me. Someone important? Could you please elaborate on the nature of the relationship with this individual? Hold on a second. You're not the only one with questions, you know. I'm keeping Luna Freya to myself. I got loads of my own. Well, sir, the Raven has many eyes and ears, and I'll be happy to call upon them for the answers you seek if you agree to grant me an exclusive interview. Yeah, sure, whatever. Then it's settled. This is like we're in Mass Effect now. If you join me to the Uldar, we may continue our conversation. Right. Final Fantasy references are Easter eggs. Zelda references are canonical lore. Zelda confuses it, right? Because Zelda has done games that are actual sequels to each other. Like, isn't Majora's Mask an actual sequel to Ocarina of Time? And then didn't they also and there's like little stuff like that. Some of the Game Boy games are sequels to one another. Noctis was very cooperative, and I have lots of juicy morsels for my future article. Lest you wonder, he was on his way to meet his beloved fiancée. Will the two sweethearts be reunited? With such a timeless tale of romance, the next edition of The Raven is certain to fly off the stands. Come now, don't look at me so. It's been so long since I last graced the front page, and as promised, I will help Noctis find the answers he seeks. I've already put word out to my colleagues, and I expect to hear back from them any moment now. Speak of the Desert Devil? What have you got? As far as I remember, there used to be some fan art years ago that connected all the Zelda universes, and it was actually pretty robust. Then didn't Nintendo do their own? And it was like way worse, and there were glaring obvious issues. The fate like clockwork will appear at the clutch in Central Thunland over the course of the next seasonal event. Completing this fate will reward players with unidentified Magitech. These items can be exchanged for various goods. Oh god, so now we get the bottoms. Guys, this is going to take way more than an hour. Am I going to have to get all of his armor? Ready to depart? Excellent. Our destination is the 12th win. Let's go. Oh wait, new as you are to Eorzea, you may struggle to find your way around. We need to get you to Squadron. Alright, lead the way. Guess it felt shorter than it was. Well, you never know, do you, right? Like, it could just be people clicking skip, click, 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 skip, skip, skip. Does your grand company selection make a big impact? That's a great question. I'd like to know, because I've only ever been the Flames. My assumption is no, and they're all just copy-paste experiences, but I don't know. Mechanical soldiers? No, I'm not familiar with that. Well, I am. Okay, so they've seen some. Essentially, they made it canon that if you die in Ocarina of Time, Ganon succeeds. Yeah, there's two timelines. And there's a Fallen Hero timeline. Yeah, I remember that as well. There's like two timelines for the games. But Skyward Sword is like 1,000 years. So far in the past, it doesn't matter, right? And I don't know about Breath of the Wild. Mechanical soldiers? Yeah, we've seen some. First, I thought they were scarecrows. We should exercise caution. So they want me... it's just the regular Aetheryte's good enough. Zelda's a great franchise to think of theories based off of little detail. I mean, I get why it's fun. I mean, I don't know what chat's talking about right now, or what the vibe is, but I think it's fun. I think it's just it's idle fan speculation, and if you can draw the connection, you can draw it. It's like Pixar movies, you know? Do you know what aggravates me? There are a lot of people who don't know what the difference between a regular Disney movie is, or, you know, a first-party produced Disney movie is, and Pixar anymore. Like, they just don't know. And to me, that kind of blows my mind. But, like, you know, people theorize ways in which all of the Pixar movies can be of the same universe. And you know the Easter egg? And it is an Easter egg. On Pixar's side, it's clearly an Easter egg. But you know the Easter egg in which you see the Pizza Planet truck in every movie? It's in every single one. People have found ways to, like, justify that, oh, maybe the Pizza Planet truck is the actual same Pizza Planet truck. And this is what's happening. But, I mean, I think in Brave, it's just like a carving on a table, isn't it? And it might be, I think it's like one of the in Cars, it's a living car, obviously. I don't know where it was in Coco. I can be honest, I have never actually spotted the truck. Unless it's Toy Story 1. I've seen all I've read about it, but I've never, just while watching the movie, been able to see it. I think in WALL-E, it's like on a pile of trash on the planet. The Bramble Patch, isn't it? I see, in that case, we should go. What are we waiting for? Wait, just, please hurry up to knock this. Cars is one of those franchises I think gets a worse rap than it deserves. I don't know, are there any Cars fans in chat? I mean, I think you have to be a kid to be a proper fan of it. Obviously, it's just like, it's there to sell merchandise. But it's, they're not too bad. I think Cars 3 is the only genuinely bad one, isn't that right? The one where they go to Europe, isn't that Cars 3? It's good, but the world doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, does it need to? I mean, it's more thoroughly kids' entertainment. A lot of people don't really distinguish this, but there is a difference between family entertainment and kids entertainment, kids movies. There's a difference. Family entertainment, everyone's going to get something out of it, and Pixar usually makes family entertainment. You can be a 65-year-old man watching Toy Story 3, and you'll feel a lump in your throat when they're going to incinerate themselves, right? You're going to get something out of the movie. Or you can be like me and kind of almost grow up with the Toy Story movies, almost. And when Andy's going to university, you know, that's resonating with you. That might have happened somewhat recently in your own life, and you're thinking a lot about that. Am I just making a mountain out of a molehill? I am. Is there a discussion? Yeah, there is. It's fairly early on. I wouldn't know the timestamp, I'm afraid. You can't watch up because of the intro scene. That's one of those movies that I think... you know, well, I genuinely believe that a good intro is all it takes to make me love a movie. Because I honestly don't like Up that much. It's very whimsical. It's very, like, fancy and just, like, the talking dogs and the airship battle and stuff. It's honestly just kind of a bit of a forgettable movie to me. I'm not that into the actual movie. But obviously it has this incredibly powerful opener that you can't do anything but adore. And it sort of carries the whole thing. One of the reasons I fell in love with Frozen so much is, again, because there's an amazing intro to that movie. You look at how much, like, exposition they give you, how much of the world they teach you, the status quo, the characters, and how entertaining they do it. It's literally like, it's like 12 minutes of Frozen, and you know, like, everything you need to know about who these people are, and you're devastated by the situation they're in. Like, As the Snowman song ends, like the camera is pulling out and you're seeing either side of the door. You can see Anna, who just feels completely alone, crying for her sister who won't respond after their parents are dead in a dark, empty, hollow hallway. But the camera is positioned such you can see the other side of the door, and you see Elsa's leaning against the door too, and the whole room is just completely fucked up with ice and just snow and shit. And you know that it's just complete silence, you don't realise, but she's going through like hell. And the camera's just pulling out after this song's ended, which started quite nice and like carefree, and now it's just sad. And then it cuts to black and it says like 2 years later or some shit. I mean, it is such a good intro. And I really, really respect that. It's hard to be entertaining in a small space of time. And, oh, that movie. But I think I'm just a sucker as well for songs that move time forwards. Like, I really like, when I watched Disney's Lion King, oh, Noctis wants to run and I want to fight. Hey, you're up for it? Come on in, let's do it. Yeah. Look, I played both of you. I'll never run from the fight. It's like in The Lion King, the song Hakuna Matata. On the face of it, the song's not really that great, but it's so good the way that Simba grows up in the middle of it. And it's just such a like cool, like magical moment where you're just watching everything change as the song goes on. And you have the thing is, I know it's just Hamlet, right? I know a lot of people understand the story pretty well, but if you don't, and you just feel completely adrift, it's like, what? I thought this story was something, and now he's growing up, he's living his whole life away from his home, and you just don't know where you're going. It's like the brakes are, the rails are, what's the phrase? The handlebars are off, and you just don't know what's going on, and you're just watching them grow up. But they're doing it in kind of a happy song, and then he bursts on and he sings in his new adult voice. Means no worries. It's so good. It's very good. But so yeah, maybe I'm just a sucker for that kind of thing. And Frozen does that. It does like a growing up moment in the story in a song for its intro. And Up has that commonality too. Up is also moving through these characters' lives really quickly. There's just a lot of energy to moments like that cinematically. You don't get it in games much, I don't think. Not MMOs, certainly. That's why my little MMO world-building project has it multiple times. Lots of times, in fact. I don't know what that beacon is, I'm just going to stand away from it. I've got a whole scene where like you build to like some jeopardy for a long time, and basically it's very clearly illustrated that like a time frame of 20 minutes is very important. It's really important, and basically you miss the 20-minute window, and then you're like, oh, maybe we can salvage it. So like you're given quite quickly another little time window of like 2 hours, but you're gonna miss the 2 hours, and then it's like you realise it's all futile. And it's like, oh, we'll just try anyway. And then I'm just going to hit you with like a scene that says 2 years later. And you're just going to be sitting there thinking, what the fuck is this? But the point is, there's going to be a lot of jeopardy and a lot of adrenaline, a lot of emphasis on the 20 minutes. And then it's just all going to fall apart. Like, completely. And yeah, 15 kind of does that a little bit as well. Like 15 at the end, if you guys don't know, it's not really too much of a spoiler, but it has a big time jump. It has a 10-year time jump for the last chapter of the game. Anyone who played 6 of this franchise, the world gets destroyed halfway through, and 15 kind of does a bit of a nod back to that. And I like stuff like that. I don't know if I'm missing mechanics here, or I'm just slow because I'm a tank. You're supposed to stand in the towers? Okay. Obviously I need to stand with him. He's trying to teach me how towers work. This is going to be a spread mechanic. Looks like they're just letting me brute force it too. I like this telegraph, by the way. I've never seen this before. That's like Sorrowful Spellcaster, really, isn't it? Oh my god, I've been doing so much ranting and I realised that the volume of the game's really loud. Was it basically impossible to hear me there? Not gonna lie, I watch Lion King once a week. Oh my lord. Alright. What was the tower thing then? Would I have just killed it quickly? Okay, alright, the volume was right. You think Incredibles 2 is one of the best animated films of all time? Really? Choreography, the decision to focus on Helen. I thought that Incredibles 2 was a massive disappointment and another sort of miss in Pixar's modern movies. The only modern movie I've really liked from Pixar is Coco. Let's take a rest. I really didn't like Incredibles 2. It's not that I actively dislike it, it's just so forgettable. It was just so nothing, that movie. Incredibles 1 had an interesting idea of a family dynamic and, you know, contrasting the world of a superhero with the banality of modern corporate life and, you know, playing with that idea. What does a happy ending really look like? There was a lot of interesting questions and places it went. Incredibles 2 was just phoning in more interaction with the family. I honestly thought it had nothing to say. I really was disappointed by Incredibles 2. I would not in a minute... Oh my god, we're doing one of their camps. Oh, I should take the helmet off. What about Onward? Onward I didn't watch. Soul I watched this Christmas. Yeah, that was a pretty good movie. What do I remember that really defines Soul? I mean, all the movies are really gorgeous. You can't take that away from any of them. They are all so incredibly well animated and beautiful. But I guess I'm looking for a little bit more than the pretties. So what's your story? Why do you go around doing what you do? Hold on, who's cooked for us? Where's Ignis? Do I get to pick the food? Oh god, it's like those little scenes. It's like the personal scenes you have. I like how I've got my head on, or my helmet on the whole time, like I don't really trust these guys. Protecting those dear to me. This is like the heart-to-heart you have with Prompto, where he tells you he's nervous to be your friend. Protecting her, you and Gladio would get along, I bet. The big guy is always ready to throw himself into harm's way for us. Yeah, he's the tank of your team. What are we having? Cup noodle? We were traveling together, me and him, for a couple of others. Hearing your story, I couldn't help but be reminded of them. My purpose? That's a tough one. I guess you could say it's keeping a promise. Yeah, 15's full of like these weird half-baked scenes as well, where it's like, do you believe in your duty as a king to your people and stuff? And there are these weird moments you have with Gladio on that. There's like 3 little bits in the game. But I can't do it while I'm here. I have to go back to my own world. And getting the Regalia will allow you to do this. Soul being to show the difference between passion and drive. Yeah, I did quite like that theme. I liked that thing of like finding a passion, finding your purpose, so to speak, right? I think that's probably very fertile ground for a lot of decent storytelling in to the current generations of people going up through school and college and stuff, because I think so many people don't have a passion and they're told too early in life to have one. And they're forced too early in life to pick what they're meant to do and what they're meant to educate themselves about. And society is structured in such a way that like going back to school too late is kind of frowned on and shit. And everyone's racing everyone else in their progress of how fast they go through life and find success and buy a house and shit. So all these expectations are foisted upon people who just feel completely lost. I think that's really common, that people are completely lost. They have no idea what they're really passionate about or what they want to do. And I think movies that sort of explore that situation could probably do very well. Soul does it a bit, but it might not be enough. I'm no naturalist, but I imagine being similar to a void scent. Wait, naturist? What did she say? I'm no naturalist, but I imagine it being similar to a void scent. And if a monster such as that could find its way back to our world, then surely you can find your way back too. Yeah, I hope so. So wait, is the world of 15 one of the 13 in this? I'll keep working. Actually, I'd rather go for a walk. Check out the area a little. That's cool, yeah? Well, it shouldn't be safe enough to it should be safe enough if you keep the city. Alright, catch that. Wait, there he goes again. Though I do think Noctis would disappear on us. I would feel much better knowing you with him. Will you go and keep him company? Yeah, okay. Half-baked scenes couldn't be worse than Destiny, which literally botched the story at release and cut out 2/3 of what they planned and barely made the mess of remaining third work in any way. Yeah, I do think 15 and Destiny are quite similar in that regard. 15 had some crazy ambition with its world and its, story, didn't it? And didn't it end up just telling it all through, like, collectibles or something? Isn't it like cards you would get and you'd read or something? And didn't they fire Peter Dinklage as the little robot with you? I mean, that one stings because I'm a big fan of Bungie. The shards are parallel worlds, but not parallel universes. I'm thinking about the solar system again. Alright, I can take care of myself. Okay. Your friend has a fine physique, exceptional fashion sense. Thanks, lady. Anyway, I want to explore some more. You cool to hang out for a bit, yeah? I feel like they should be blue. Alright, we get the last of the armor now. I still don't know how to get home. Now it looks like there's nothing I can do. So I was thinking, I might as well try and see what I can get at this place. You should come. I just want to be clear, chat. I think it's a mistake to integrate all the stories of all the Final Fantasies. I think it's really important that new people have a clean entry point. I think it's a really bad idea, anything beyond a bit of nerd trivia, to actually connect these stories together. I think they should all just be separate, stick as like a hard anthology, nothing else. Shared themes, concepts, names, but it should be new. Like, I remember when 15 starts, it literally has a message at the beginning. It says, this is a Final Fantasy made for old fans and new. I mean, they literally say that there. And you need that. Otherwise, it's just going to become this nightmare clusterfuck. To even get your boots on the ground and start enjoying it. Where is Noctis? Is that the joy of this, is it? That it could be anywhere? There he is. Hello. What took you so long? I've already reeled in a dozen. Oh, he's fishing. Of course he is. Oh, I should have spoken to him as a fisherman. To be honest, I'm worried. I keep thinking, what if I never found my way back and it gets me down? But being here in this tranquil forest and casting the line calms me, helps me focus. FF Tactics and 12 might be an exception. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the exception, yeah. But Tactics is like a spin-off anyway. They have a meta phrase for it now, the Evilist Alliance. If you watch my 12 Let's Play, like episode 1, I go over all those boring details. Let's take the photo together. Hey, you're no Prompto. Are they going to movie walk me there? Oh no, they're not going to movie walk there. I can practically hear Prompto saying, love the lighting. JP game devs just love doing crossovers. You're right, we should be getting back to ourselves. Oh, was there a Nino Cooney Professor Layton crossover? Ah, I used to love Professor Layton. Do they still make Professor Layton? How's he going? I used to love Professor Layton. I mean, I like a good crossover too. Let me ask you this, chat. What is the ultimate kids TV crossover? What was the ultimate kids TV crossover? Let's hear it. Let's hear your candidates. All right. Now, I know my demo. I know we're all about the same age bracket here. All right. We're all thinking of Fox, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. Same general rage. All right, Benji's got an idea. Anyone else? Wait, what's Angela Anaconda? I don't know what that is. Oh, we have a real boomer response there. Flintstones and the Jetsons. Actual boomer. Actual boomer. The Grim Adventures of Codename Kid Next Door. Did they really do the Grim Adventures of Codename Kid Next Door? Wait, wasn't Codename Kids Next Door one of the mini things in Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? Grim Adventures X Powerpuff Girls. Was that a thing? I don't remember that being a thing. But Benji actually said the one that I was thinking of. He said it first as well. Rugrats and Wild Thornberrys. That's what I was thinking of. Making Noctis, thank the gods you're back. Not in FF14, there was no Professor Layton. It's just the same studio as level 5, in case you weren't familiar with me. Let's see. Do they have the whole soundtrack in this? This is crazy. Oh god, there's a Primal issue. Wait, what? You're a Primal Slayer? Primal? Is that like an astral or a messenger? Well, wherever it is, we'll take care of it one way or another. So where's Garuda supposed to have appeared exactly? Is he talking about the zoo? At the Howling Eye, the domain of the north. Wow, is there a Garuda fight in this? 50 minutes ago, Bunnies subbed. Thank you, Bunnies. I don't know, are you still there, Bunnies? I'm sorry I missed that. And Tonks, too. Thank you, guys. Very well, then. We'll see to your preparations. When you're ready, let's go. Johnny Bravo and Scooby-Doo. Yeah, I was trying to wonder. I was trying to get that in my head. Was there ever a Scooby-Doo crossover? Or like a real one? Johnny Bravo, I'm assuming, did not happen. You know, I went out on a little trip a couple of weeks ago, and I woke up before everyone else, so I was just chilling out, and I put on the TV, and Scooby-Doo was there on the morning, because it was like a weekday morning, and kids were going to school, and I actually quite liked it. Like, I mean, I wasn't amazingly invested in it, but it was quite interesting. It was like a new era. And it's like serialized now. Do you guys know that? Scooby-Doo's serialized. So like, the plot is following on from a previous episode. And then it ended with like cliffhangers. And it was like Daphne's family was in it. And Fred's family was in it and stuff. It was really weird. Oh, well, you can't count the Batman stuff. You can't say the DC AU is the great... I mean, it is. Obviously, it's the greatest crossover. It's better than the MCU. Do you hear me? Do you hear me, Internet? The DC AU of the late 90s, early 2000s is better than the MCU. I'm standing by it. Bravo, Scooby-Doo is the 7th episode of season 1 of Johnny Bravo. Really? 7 episodes of Johnny Bravo and they crossed them over? Oh, they're running away from it. Was it Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated? I think it was, yeah. I think that's what it was, yeah. The plot was, oh God. Oh God, what was it? It was like cheese. Cheese was a part of the plot. There was like a little monkey waiter thing. What else happened? There was like a traveling like fortune teller caravan thing, and it had a big box of treasure in there. And I think it was stolen Incan gold. And I think they were training the monkey to like steal the gold and put it in the chest. But also I think there was a haunted house. But it's like, it's serialized. So it's like they would go to the house and then they would leave. And then they would like talk about it and then they'd come back or something. Oh, nipple check. Oh, yeah, I didn't see. Well, this is feminine, isn't it? This entity's feminine. Is it fair to call Garuda or I think it's a woman. So I wouldn't expect a nipple there. Holy shit, I can't believe there's a full-on Garuda fight. Use the duty action, warp strike. Oh my god, I have a duty action! I've never used a duty action. How does it work? When I'm away, I can warp strike in? Oh my god, it feels a lot like warp strike from the game. What do you want me to do? Why warp in? Am I supposed to warp strike to the monolith? Can I warp strike to the monolith and climb on it? Oh, I can! No, can I? Well, sort of. They're trying to do it, right? They're trying to do it. It's sort of like the 15 combat system. Oh, I understand. I'm supposed to move out of the giant AoE. It's my tank privilege. Right, she's going to do a giant AoE. And I need to warp strike over there like this. I understand. Oh, and it doesn't even break my combo. Have it, Garuda. And they've disabled plunge. Okay, so these really do work like special actions. I actually think I prefer it to a special action. I like how it feels like a proper skill. Do you know what I mean? What do you want me to do? Did you want me to do that? That thing killed you before you figured out warp striking out? Yeah, I mean, it would have killed me too. Oh, it said Link Strike. It actually said Link Strike. How did I trigger the Link, though? Let's do a blindside Link. Knocked. Go. Hit him in the back. Yeah, like this. Oh, it didn't count. Man, no salted earth either. Microburst. I don't like the look of that. Something big's coming. Quick, get clear. Oh my god. What do you want from me? Sorry, was that meant to be DPSing me as it was going on? I don't know what I messed up there. You do the link if... Oh. I don't know what the big red triangle means. Oh, I thought I'd misclicked that for a second there. How's that? Is the Warrior of Light in the other world thing? In the other crossover, is the Warrior of Light there? No. Because, I mean, what would they look like? It's just the fat chocobo. Oh. I love how it really is. The UI is basically identical. Oh, I really hope I can do a blindside game at some point. I would have to use the warp strike at the same time as him in the target's back. Movement speed. But I can only hit him in the back, Garuda in the back, if it's mid-animation, like now. Do it, Nox, do it! Mistress Jail. Oh shit. Did I mess a mechanic up? Son of a, hang on, Macon. Uh-oh. Oh my god, we can quick time him in? Oh, but it's gonna... That's my patented double finger technique. Middle finger, index finger, both on the mouse, and you alternate. Oh, you can also mash all the keyboard keys. Oh. You like to thank Cookie Clicker? Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was click only. Okay. She brought Eorzean enemies to Eos when she crossed the threshold, and you'll have to take on 14's Garuda over there. Oh, I see. I should play that. That would be quite fun. I mean, that's very much out of the world of what we were trying to do. Bye-bye, Garuda. Fuck me, you guys. How is this? Who would ever think this is only half an hour? So it is decreed. At the world's peril do we grant our power to the untested. The rewards on FF14 side are Garuda weapons. I see. Apologies for the delay. She's like unlike anything I've seen before. She took me a while to get acquainted, but the Regalia is as good as new. Seriously? I owe you big time. Because we aren't waffling on for 45 minutes when we played it. Your presence here is an anchor, allowing me to link the two worlds. For you, I shall open the way. Tarry not, for the gate cannot remain for long. Well, you also get the starting outfits for Human, Mikote, Elazan, and Rogadin. No aura. Divinities. 1 minute they're trying to kill you, the next they're helping you. I'll never understand them. Thanks for the company, Macon. It was nice going around with you. Goodbye, new friend. Take care of business. I'm not gonna say let's do it again sometime. That's like when you go to a Pokemon Center and they say see you soon, and it's like you're hoping my Pokemon were injured. This was a traumatic experience for him. You better will. And when everything's sorted, maybe we can hang out again. Oh no, now I feel bad. I didn't say it and he did. Well, I better get moving. I've got a promise to keep after all. Take care now. Is he going to leave his car for me? Is that it? And then Godbert Mandeville's going to steal it and say, haha, it's at the gold saucer, haha. No? Oh, it's Luna Freya. She's really weird. In the movie, she looks very different to how she looks in the game. That would be amazing if that did happen. Wow, why am I buying it from the gold saucer though? He's gonna run her over. Yeah, that is a bit awkward actually. The gorgeous woman on the horizon. Put your foot down. Alright. Oh, Sid made a blueprint. Ah, that does work. Let's see. I mean, I don't know. Is it just that all crossover gear gets just dumped up on a general vendor over there? Before Nox just went into the port, I could have sworn I saw a woman amidst the light, an ethereal beauty dressed in all white. It's interesting. This is actually a little bit of a teaser for that game's story, isn't it? Are you curious about Luna Freya, everybody? I saw her too. It seems she was waiting for Noctis, guiding him. I can only assume they share a deep bond. Oh, then perhaps that was his fiancée. Don't be ridiculous. Perhaps so, and perhaps not. The sole person who could have enlightened us has vanished into the light. Well, whoever and wherever Noctis' fiancé may be, I do hope they are reunited. Do you guys want to see what happens when they get reunited? It's definitely not a sad or dramatic moment. Right. While events are still fresh in my mind, I will return to my office and put pen to parchment. Master Sid, many thanks for your cooperation. But most of all the thanks to you I reserve for you, not my dear adventure in no small part. I'll tell you what, that moment, spoilers, when Luna Freya, after Arden's shanked Luna Freya, and he's like also demony and stuff, and they do this moment where like she shows him pity. She says something like, all agents of darkness aren't beyond redemption. She says something like that, and she like slightly grabs at his hand in like a loving way, and like you can almost see he like he actually feels like that warmth and that light. And then he like tears his hand away and he's like, ah, it's really good. It's something they do purely in like the mocap and just that cutscene. It's such a cool little moment. And it didn't need to be there and they put it there and it's brilliant. There are very little moments in that game. There are several moments that just they appear and it's like there's real genius and just these little flashes. It's a good game. Sort of. Alright. The jacket and the boots. You can now exchange Mandeville Gold Saucer points for special items by speaking with the Ironworks vendor at the Gold Saucer. For a limited time only. Alright. I don't suppose Rocker's still here. We have made it. Are we happy? Let's go buy the car. This stream has become not just a daily stream, but also a car purchasing stream. Vanalan, Gold Saucer. Gold Saucer. You can place those items into your armoire. Oh, right, so that would be like permanent storage that I can make glam plates out of at any time kind of thing, right? And I can just look like Noct whenever I like. I wonder what Macon would look like in Noct's clothes. That's definitely going to be weird. Correct, okay, yeah. I'm still just sort of learning how those features work. I'm going to take a while, I think, to get it just right. It's just the main counter, yeah? Now we're back into Final Fantasy VII. Prepare all that stuff. Remember prize claims. I'm going to guess it's in 2, because I assume it's in everything. The Emperor's New Shield. Oh, these are invisible clothes, right? The Emperor's New Wardrobe. It's like there's no... It's from that parable, right? About, how's it go? How's the little story go about a deceptive clothier who tells the Emperor that he's got this amazing new thing and it's like called naked clothes and he goes out and he wears them and only one citizen... And everyone's like, oh, Emperor, you look amazing. And only one guy is like, hey, you're naked. It's like a little kid. And then the Emperor realizes the folly of his... What is that parable? Anyway, that's what I guess they're doing. This is how you like... This is how you have like invisible skins, basically. So that's an invisible shield. And I guess the Gigas one's the different. It's super big. It's about the same. Right, armor? Others. It's probably others, isn't it? Ethereal electric guitar? Cuff machine. Alright, maybe it's in tier 1. Piggy? Oh, there's a piggy minion. Oh my god, Nero is a minion from the Gold Saucer. I've got to have him. Oh. He's not at this vendor. He's away from the counter a few steps away. Okay. Assuming it's not the lift operator. I'm assuming it's not Luina. I think she's a Mahjong player, isn't she? The modern aesthetic saleswoman. Hello. Salutations! Would you care to purchase the latest copy of Estician Jandaline's Modern Aesthetics? It contains a collection of styles based on the opinions and preferences of honest-to-God's adventurers. Have you heard of such a revolutionary catalogue? And for a pittance. That's just hair stuff. The Ironworks vendor. Oh, this guy? Oh, I guess all the stream viewers circling around probably should have tipped me off. I didn't even think orange text equals people. Recognize it. Okay, guys, okay. Oh, and it's a star. The Regalia Type G. A deed certifying your ownership of a brand new vehicle embossed with the Regalia crest is a symbol of authenticity. 200,000. Should I get all of these? Lucian looks. Oh, I should get his card. Right? I should get his card. Will that never come back? 5-star? Hell yeah. Oh, I didn't know there was a triple triad card. Oh my lord. Where is he? Oh. There he is. Didn't know if they'd refresh the panel or not. What's his stats? Oh my god, he's A97. He's really weak on the left. He's kind of like my Bemoth. He's a lot like my Bemoth. Oh, wow. Noctis. Welcome to the team. Now, what did I just replace that with? A Moogle. 5563. 2 stars. Oh, the Moogle is... I mean, the Moogle is a lot like Scarface. It's just he's a little bit less specialized. Hey, guys, can I ask? The Moogle's a beast man, and so's Scarface. What does beast man mean? Was my first foray into the Sorcerer stream? Yes. Yeah. It's like the 9 hours stream yesterday or something. No, the day before. 2 days ago, I think, was when I first came in. What does Beastman mean? Does anyone know? Is there like a tribes thing? Under some rules? There are some rules that make cards of the same type more powerful. Right. So I should make like a beast deck. It is man that's a beast. I did just note that Noctis doesn't have a type. Oh, I'm so happy I got that. What's like the coolest cards you guys have? What cards do you guys really like? Unfortunately, the Malboro is only 1 star, so I'm not really that excited. In theory, these 2 stars, I could make 3 stars. But yeah. Alright, well, there you have it. Fun stuff. That's it, guys. I've probably been here too long. I've got to go make this video, man. I've got to make this video. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Sorry for getting a bit ratty earlier to... who was it? It was TC about the quality of the original story. Yeah, thanks for the subs. I really appreciate that, guys. We're nearly at 370, so it's not looking too bad. Yeah, I'll just keep streaming and hopefully it goes well. If you enjoyed this, please click follow so you can notice when it next happens. Keep an eye out on the YouTube channel for the big review, which will probably be the next video that goes there. Keep an eye out on Boots' YouTube channel, where I'm appearing in a video with him. And keep an eye out on my YouTube channel as well, because this Guild Wars 2 news, I might cover it. It's very small, isn't it? So I don't know, but I might cover it. Might be worth it. Worth it. So that's it. Have a good day, guys. Take care now, and see you soon. Bye-bye. Thanks again.